Эй, йоу, дорогие мои друзья, с вами Мунлайт, и добро пожаловать на стрим по Genshin Impact. Будем сегодня с вами дальше проходить сюжетку Сумеры. Она у нас, как оказывается, очень интересная, очень насыщенная всякими мероприятиями, сюжетными поворотами, взлетами, падениями и эмоциональными качелями, конечно же, что вчерашний стрим показал прекрасно, я думаю. В общем, дорогие мои друзья, несите чаек, кофеек, всякие вкусняшки, устраивайтесь поудобнее, а мы с вами начинаем. Ну и как обычно, начнем мы с чего? Правильно, с того, что выключим музыку. Она же нам не нужна? Не нужна. У нас есть прекрасный Сумеру с его шумным городом, где жизнь кипит, какие-то рынки, крики, вопли, в общем, такой стандартный образ восточного города. Нас уже там дозываются, кто-то что-то говорит про Мору. В общем, дорогие мои друзья, поехали. Так, сейчас меня должно быть слышно, я зачем-то выключил микрофон. Говорю, сидели мы на этой скамейке уже тысяч миллионов раз. Прекрасно отсюда вид на горы, на леса. Вон там вон какая-то запчасть от большого робота валяется. Или что это? Непонятная какая-то ересь, но она вон там на горе. Вот прямо сейчас над головой у меня. И тут как раз-таки до нашей Екатерины недалеко, которая на самом деле дендрархон. Что у нас на доске? Почему там реклама кровати, и она мерцает? Так, ну, наверное, давайте вот так вот сделаем. Да не, надо Эндрархон, что ты клеишь? В смысле не она? А кто же, если не Нахита? Она же нам вчера призналась. Но так сейчас-то у нас только тело Катерины. Но правильно. Перед нами же Катерина стоит. А кто там в ее голову вселился, это уже дело десятое. Вот как вы рептилоиды выкручиваете. А то ж.
But distrusting me would make perfect sense if they've ever paid attention to the urban... In any case, I probably can't take over... Are we really... Nahida, you're super smart, so you already have something in mind, right? Don't keep us in suspense, spill the beans already!
Да, нам предложат поступить в университет.
Rejecting impractical motions at the beginning of a planning session will give more weight to the actual proposal. Okay, but aren't you the god of wisdom? You don't have to use that kind of gimmick to make us take your ideas seriously. Well, I've been thinking that if I can't directly possess the leaders, and if I can't get ordinary people involved, then I should find someone who's already involved, but hasn't decided to side with the sages. You're saying we should recruit a spy? That does sound like a good
Но у нас уже есть один молодой человек.
Before coming back, we met someone named Alhaitham. He seems like he acts alone, and he likes doing stuff behind the academia's back. Actually, I already have someone in mind. Do you still remember that female scholar named Sataria?
Как же жутко выглядит Катерина, говорящая голосом Нахиды.
Sataria. Paimon remembers now. Isn't she the one who's always trailing behind? We ran into her basically every time the Sub-Zero's festival repeated itself. Paimon still remembers the smug and mean way she always spoke to Nilu. Mm-hmm. I've always liked observing all kinds of people. And said she was born in the desert and was hailed as their greatest genius. Her academic gifts allowed her special admission into the academia. Oh, Paimon didn't know she was from the desert. She must be pretty special then.
Бобрая кусь-кусь. Теперь кусь-кусь. Как скажешь. Приветствую, Андрей. Устраивайся поудобнее.
The name Sataria means star. When she lived in the desert, she shone like the brightest star in the night sky. Later on, she was chosen by the sun. The star was given a place in the daytime sky to complement the sun's dazzling light. Soon after, the star witnessed the sun scorching the earth, which brought forth many disasters. The star
Опять
began to
эти
wonder,
легенды.
instead of staying beside such a sun, wouldn't it be better to return and light up part of the night sky? But in the end, she couldn't give up the radiance of daytime. To cope with her shame, the star buried her guilt and closed her eyes. From the sound of it, Sataria's just hung up on the wreath, but she doesn't really support the academia. She still feels guilty about not doing more for the desert. Indeed. When they are presented with complex moral issues, many people will simply plug their ears and go with the flow until she's suppressing a lot of guilt. But before she realized it, she had already become the sage's accomplice. Right. We must somehow make her face her problems again. That way, not only can we get useful intel from her, but from my past observations, Sataria will take a day off from the academia tomorrow afternoon just happens to be a shopping day for her. To prepare, let's go check out some of her favorite spots and have a quick chat with.
Ну и что у нас тут? День сменяет день, с моста увидишь идущую с работы тень маяка. Мне кажется, я опять в какой-то блудняк ввязываюсь. А, ну да. Не, сокровища я, конечно, люблю, но... Но не сейчас.
This should be Sataria's favorite fortune-telling spot. No, I already have enough information on Sataria. The most important thing now is for you to pay attention to the vendor's talking style.
My poor lost lambs. Have you become troubled over your fates? The divine voice of wisdom often echoes between mine ears. If thou be blessed today by the gods, I may be able to show you the...
Huh? Really? Nahida, you've been whispering things to her?
Shh. My friend here has some doubts regarding her future. Can we get a fortune reading for her?
Of course, of course. In that case... It would seem that Harut and Marut are quite wary of you. Perhaps, at some time in the past, you have...
Only mocking the god of Animo, questioning the lord of Geo's financial savviness, and brawling with the god of Electro.
И правда.
Count?
Hmm?
Oh, Nothing. Go on, pick an aspect for her to divine.
На любовь.
Love prospects? No problem at all. The gods have spoken. The truth shall be revealed. One who is fated to cross your path will appear on... Huh? So many people will fall for you. How could that be? Harut, Marut, did you two spoil my divination? I've never read a fortune so absurd.
Когда такие, чего?
Actually, Paimon thinks this is probably the most accurate fortune-telling.
I admit that the orientation of today's celestial matrix is,
Is that so? Well, that can...
If you were to bring some food offerings for Harut and Marut on your next visit, perhaps they could help you
Так и
reverse
скажи,
your
что тебе лень
views.
покупать кошкам корм. Сумки прикольные. Почему-то с совами.
Is this another one of Sataria's favorite? Yep. It belongs to a king. His father helped Sataria a lot when she first moved to Samari City, so she still comes by when I start talking with him. Listen carefully to the details.
Ah, dear customers. Would you like to look at some pottery?
We caught wind of your great craftsmanship, so we specifically...
Oh, I recognize you. Aren't you Miss Catherine from the Adventurers Guild? Sounds...
Speaking of, where did you learn this
I suppose you could say it all started with my dad. He's a mason by trade, but I picked up an interest in clay while apprenticing for him. After that, I began making pottery by myself in secret. And I simply changed trades when my works turned out well. Although it's a pity that I'm no longer making much use of the knowledge.
That's nice. You're making a living doing something you love.
So is your father still working as a mason?
Oh no, not anymore. A few years back, he fell from a roof and broke his leg. Since he had already saved enough mora over all these years, he's just enjoying the retired life in Port Ormos nowadays.
I see. We wish him peace and happiness in his retirement. I'll have someone in charge of logistics at the guild come by another day for some...
No problem. Rest easy, all our goods are sure.
Прям уж такие понравятся.
This should be our final stop. Sataria's always thinking of this restaurant when she's working at the academia. So she always... Nahida, you've really thought of... It's my duty to protect Samari's citizens, after all.
Hi there. I feel like I've seen you down by the docks before. Huh? Sorry. If I recall, you were having a discussion with someone about...
Ah, that's right! I've always been really interested in feats of marine engineering. After all, I grew up in Liyue Harbor and spent my entire childhood staring at the ships going in and out of the port.
Сумеру. Учиться кораблестроению. Где с одной стороны пустыня, с другой стороны лес.
But I'm still discussing all kinds of problems with different scholars. And I'm continuing to study and perform research for...
What an admirable spirit for learning.
Sure, but...
So this restaurant has a basement as well? Huh. First...
That's right. It's not usually open to patrons. Most
Не
of the time,
мешает им
employees use it for
построить
breaks
корабли.
or to hold private events.
I see. Guess that makes sense.
Thank you so much. As long as I can make it into the...
А зачем вот эти лишние перебежки?
Three familiar faces should be in... what's the point of all the information we've collected? Sataria is already used to avoiding her problems. So we must find a way. I remember that you mentioned that the Aramites in Port Ormuz are all making a fuss about the upcoming. Although it's all just a boatload of nonsense, the fate of her homeland may turn out to be.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. You want to take advantage of the guilt. Although she knows she should return home to help the people of the desert, all she's done is conspire with the sages.
Well, the Scarlet King is long gone, and Sitaria is also too. If we simply engaged her under the guise of the Scarlet King's believers, she would definitely be weary of us. But if we were to borrow some of her close acquaintances to talk with her.
So, you mean you're
Yep. Possess them through the Akasha. Imply that they've already converted to the faith of the Scarlet King. And then, as long as everything goes smoothly, we'll get through to Sitaria for sure.
So that's how you're going to use all the info we collected on these people. It's so that you won't slip up and break form. Possess.
Exactly. So, best of luck with impersonating them.
Huh? Best of luck? But
That's no problem at all. I'll just share all their senses with you once I've possessed them. As long as you're also wearing an Akasha terminal, the effect
Пойман,
will
не все
basically
маньяки,
be as
как
if
ты,
you
чтобы на
possessed
чужих
them
чувствах
yourself.
играть. Хватит подсматривать за путешественником, когда он спит.
that is pretty convenient. But why does she have to do this? Can't you do it?
Although I've been observing humans for a while, I've never been good at imitating them.
You're not wrong. It's always been painfully obvious whenever you try to pass as Catherine.
If it was at all possible, I would have preferred to leave these people alone.
Yeah, don't beat yourself up over it. We're only doing.
Alright, then let's.
Так. Опять перемотка времени. Кстати, расслабься и получить удовольствие, Катарина. Ну а почему бы нет? О, люди появились.
Is there time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up in no time.
А меня кто-нибудь научит, как вселяться в людей?
Here she comes. Sataria's here.
Let's quietly follow her. Once she starts talking to her acquaintances, we'll find this. As for how we'll sway her to our side, I'll leave that to you. I trust you'll know what to say.
Looks like they've already started talking. Let's find a hiding.
Да прям тут и остаемся. Погнали.
That's right. You really can't force anything when it comes to love. And besides, everyone around me has a very different background and outlook. Are you still listening to me, Nabia?
Oh, of course I'm listening. You were talking about troubles with your love life, right?
Okay then. You just seemed a little distracted for a moment there. Strange. Your cats seem pretty worked up. Is something... I always thought they were quiet, happy kitties. Oh, what are their names again?
Так, маршировать. Харут и Маруджу, да?
Ah, that's right. They are just little darlings, aren't they? Harut and Marut.
So, which fortune do you want me to read for you today?
I'd like to get another reading on my love prospects, but to be perfectly honest with you,
A mess?
well, could you do a reading on how long it'll take me to finish my current project at work? I really just want to get it over with.
I hear you. No problem at gods are asking. Sataria, why haven't you gone home?
Why haven't I gone home? Do the gods really know
Sataria, why don't you just go home? It's a demand now instead of a question. The gods seem to be truly upset.
I'm sorry. I know I failed the gods. Please pass on my most sincere apologies and ask for their divine forgiveness. And if I may ask, Nabia, is there a specific god who speaks?
What an inconsiderate and naive question. The god who is speaking to me is, of course, the wise...
The Scarlet King? No wonder he would make such a demand of me. Oh, even though news of the Scarlet King's resurrection has been spreading like wildfire, it's all just a misinformation campaign from the academia. How can the Scarlet King...
What insolence! I am the Scarlet King's most loyal believer.
Можно убрать каждый раз вот эту приписку, что Алый Король — это царь Дэшред?
Oh, no. As a child of the desert, I am only reveling in his power upon learning that his divine glory has touched even this city.
Марат, ты зачем, Марут?
I will think very carefully about his demand of me. I'm sorry. I must go now.
Wait!
Whoa! She just ran off in a hurry. Well done. Sataria didn't seem to suspect anything amiss. To have something she's been trying desperately to avoid show up out of nowhere and berate her, that must have shaken her to the core. Aw, Nahida. All I know are some abstract Harabata theories. In any case, my time with you has shown a lot of them. Anyway, enough of that. Let's hurry. He's out of Kim's now. Right on cue. Let's get ready to possess him.
Мы стартовали из-за этого ящика. Мы могли бы просто все время тут и сидеть.
It's okay. I just got caught up in something. Oh, actually, didn't you ask me to help you look for work? What kind of work were you looking for again? Oh, right. Your old man's craft. How could I forget? Speaking of, how's he doing? Is he feeling any better? Oh, that's good to hear. I've been thinking a lot about him. If I could get some more time off, I'd love to... Actually, while we're talking about him, is he still living in Port Ormos?
Yeah, he's been retired there for a while.
If you could find the time, please write him a letter. Please pass on that recently, faith in the Scarlet King has taken root. He has a quick temper, and has always been a devout follower of the Dendro Archon. I don't...
Oh? So, who are you siding with in all of this? I'm so jealous of you. You were born a child of the desert, yet you chose to betray the Scarlet King and...
Akeem, you don't mean you've also become a believer of the Scarlet...
What's so strange about becoming a believer of the wise Scarlet King? In fact, aren't you the strange one?
Can't pick a side? Me?
Whoa! Paimon had no idea you'd be so good at this. You really zeroed in on the issue and put it right.
В этот раз как-то нас побыстрее отпустило.
But once everything is over, I'll be sure to pay her a visit to her mind and explain. Come on! Sataria's already started talking with Shishan.
А, то есть прям сходу, да?
So, Shishan, like, as if someone was trying to preach to you about something?
Oh, right. Speaking of strange thing, I celebrated the Sub-Zero's festival so many times that I lost count. That was
Wait, how could you be aware of that? That should be impossible. Nothing in the report.
Are you still failing to realize that the Academia's lowly tricks could never deceive all of Sumeru's citizens?
Sean, don't tell me that you've converted to the Scarlet...
What an absurd question. You make it sound like I should... In reality, shouldn't you be the one who is ashamed? You who...
Please stop!
Не, ну тут мы уже, конечно, пережали.
Even now, Satari is still trying to run from her problems. She can no longer justify everything to herself. Hey, she's trying to talk to the guards. What should we do? This is the most important part of all.
Mercenary, you're a member of the Corps of 30, correct? Please help me pass a message to them.
Please, try to remain calm, miss.
Heretics are infiltrating the city, and they've already converted many residents.
Heretics? What kind of heresy are you talking about?
The Scarlet King! Many people I know have suddenly started believing in him, but he's long dead. It's
Miss Zataria, nothing.
You know my name?
The Scarlet King is immortal, and all who defy him will one day pay the
Давайте,
price.
давайте, сводите ее с ума, давайте. Разрушим психологические барьеры бесплатно без смс-регистрации.
You must face the truth, Zataria. You tread a treacherous path, and the longer you ignore it, the tighter the Academia's grasp on you will become. And child of the Scarlet King, never forget that the desert that belongs to you lies elsewhere.
What's so strange about becoming a believer of the wise Scarlet King? In fact, aren't you the strange one? The one who still can't pick a side?
What an absurd question. You make it sound like I should be ashamed for becoming a believer of the Scarlet King.
Zataria, why haven't you gone home?
Да, флешбеки пошли.
It seems that no matter where I run, I only keep finding more believers of the Scarlet King. I've also been running from my guilt this whole time. Guilt over my part in the Sage's plans, and from ignoring the letters from the children of my... But no matter how much I may try to ignore or get rid of it, my guilt always comes back.
You won't necessarily lose your research opportunities by facing the truth. Besides, did you really want to conduct your research while carrying such...
How do you know me so well? Are you truly just a believer of the Scarlet King?
That's not important. The important thing is to pass judgment on the Academia and its sages, and if you could provide some assistance in this matter, perhaps it could serve as a form of atonement.
I've actually never believed in the gods, but I've always believed in serendipity. Please tell me, what can I do?
How much do you know about the sage's current activities?
I was just one of the designers for the massed dream harvest scheme, which is what happened around the Sub-Zero's festival. But I know very little about the full scope of the overall project. I'd assume that only staff with the highest clearance would have access to those. I've just been working to meet the Grand Sages. However, there's something that's been really bothering me. I heard that a scholar who was previously expelled has returned to the city. And even the sages are still quite wary of him.
To fight against the Academia, we will need to figure out the nature and the purpose of their work. Is there a way for us to get access to the confidential documents you mentioned?
It should be possible if we're willing to take some risks. After all, I'm an assistant to the Grand Sage. One thing though, I won't be able to transfer the documents to you through the Akasha once I get my hands on them. The sages have always closely monitored all let me see... let's use the most primitive...
The Academia entrance. Wouldn't that be too conspicuous?
Don't worry about that. I assure... I'm only suggesting this location because it'll draw more scrutiny for me to leave the Academia again. It'll be safe...
Alright, I trust you.
So,
that'll depend on the judgment of the Dendro...
The Dendro Archon. That's right. Her people are the ones we have endangered. As the god of wisdom, she's also... Maybe it's time for me to find a god to believe in.
Just as Nahida predicted, we've managed to bring Sataria to... The Traveler's execution was ingenious.
О, да,
She's the
я
one who
очень
deserves all the
старался.
praise. Well, now that we've made plans to meet again tomorrow evening... Pray? But if we're going to pray to the gods, aren't we just praying to you? No. The truth is the true guardian of scholars. I've always believed that.
Речи плюс 1000. И опять перемоточка. Мне не нравится, что они начали играть вот с этой перемоткой. Не нравится от слова совсем. У нас уже в каждом квесте она.
We're here! Oh, that's right. I suppose I'm the other Catherine in your mind. Shh! We're on a secret mission tonight, so we need to protect Catherine's identity.
А мне нравится, потому что Skyrim.
Yep, Paimon's right. We cannot fully rule out that if something were to happen, my existence may be the only trump card we'll be able to play. After all, the academia should still be unable to confirm the existence of my consciousness. Yep, exactly. Just what Paimon was thinking. Anyway, enough about that. Let's just make sure to be on our off? What do you feel is off? It's the middle of the night. Of course it's quiet. You're not getting... No, I think she's right. If you look around, there seems to be fewer people on the streets. I'm not sure if the... Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe Sataria figured out a... I also can't quite figure out why things feel a little off. But now that... Well, regardless, as long as...
Надо же хоть как-то обусловить их наличие в игре. Но тоже верно.
There really aren't many people out right now. Let's hope it'll be this quiet in front of the academia, and that Sataria managed to distract all the guards.
Но просто можно было бы как-то вводить это постепенно по всему сюжету. А так мы не пользовались 3 главы этим ни разу. И тут в суммеру нас начинают в каждый квест это запихивать. То, ну, как бы тоже не самый хороший вариант.
What are all these people doing here at this hour of the night?
The triumphant hero returns at last. And to a rather spectacular welcome, even if I do say so myself.
You're the outcast, expelled from the academia.
Indeed I am. Although these days they tend to call me the Doctor. If you're looking for your researcher friend, she has already been taken into confinement. With some basic caution, she could have discovered the listening device on her person. Clearly, she lacks the degree of rigor expected of a true scholar.
The people of Sumeru City. What have you done to them?
I simply made some minor adjustments to their Akasha terminals. Now they can deposit information directly into the subconscious. As you can see, all these lovely people now believe this traveler is a hero who has just saved the world. My experiment is a success. And now it seems they can no longer hold back their sheer adoration.
No, what should we do? These are all just regular people. Leave now. You need to get out of here. What? That guy's a Fatui Harbinger! We can't just leave you here! Nor can I abandon the people of Sumeru! Don't worry. We'll meet again outside of the city.
I see. You appear to have overridden their mental faculties with your own consciousness. To possess such a powerful mind, you must be the god of wisdom.
Живых шизов.
This should be far enough. Is Nahida going to be okay? We only made it out because of her. Paimon wasn't counting on running into a new Harbinger here, let alone such a high-ranking one. That guy was number 2. He called himself the Doctor. Remember, Tainari told us about him.
Почему Доторы, если они зовут его
He'd say
Доктор?
that someone who once got expelled from the academia came back recently. And that even the sages are wary of him. Yep. Sounds like she must have been talking about the Doctor. Yeah. Now that the Doctor's in the picture, we're no longer just dealing with the academia. They're in cahoots with the Fatui. But what are the Fatui after this time? Another Gnosis? Yeah, things would be a lot easier with Nahida's help. Nahida said we'll meet again outside of the city. But we can't just keep waiting around. You mean... Oh, right! Wasn't he invited by the sages to work on some project when we were staying with him? Even though he turned it down at the time, he might still know. There's no time to lose. Let's go to Gandharvaville.
Поближе нет телепорта? Ладно, давайте отсюда пойдем. А эти все пляшут, стоят. Ничем их не проймешь. Стоят, пляшут, пеньку поклоняются.
Hold it right there. A blonde-haired traveler and a floating ferry. We've got you all right. Take a look around.
Are you mercenaries from the...
Core of 30? We're nothing like those government lapdogs. We are an elite brigade that commands the highest commission rate in all of Sumeru. We're here on the orders of...
The outcast? An outcast from... But why wouldn't the Doctor just send the Fatui after us?
Still wasting time on idle chit-chat. We'll shut you up soon.
You're up.
Ну давай. Ну пошли.
Blaze over. Odds reveal.
Наконец-то хоть какая-то боевка и актив, а то я за вчерашний стрим уже устал читать и разговаривать. А чё вас так мало-то? Всего 3. О, древесина. Ты мне мешаешься, между прочим. Я тут дерево собираю.
By royal decree,
И побежал.
I summon Asus Prime into the fight.
О, еще подоспели ребятки.
It isn't over yet. Here comes reinforcements.
О, еще. Третья волна. Это что-то новенькое.
Oz, reveal thyself.
Пошли. Парнишка с палочкой.
As you wish, mate.
That was pretty rough. Is that what
Да
all these
изиш.
mercenaries are? Yeah. Looks like, but this doctor guy seems like a pretty tough opponent. He knew exactly where to set up an ambush. Going up against smart people is
Ну и... Ну и где наш разгильдяй ушастый?
Oh, it's the traveler in Paimon. Where do you? Hale! It's nice to see you. To be honest, I'm not doing too well. My Elazar has been. As a result, Master Tainari is taking me off the patrol schedule. Oh, Kale.
Андрей Бумледумыч, ну можно не сегодня.
Speaking of Tainari, did he go off on patrol? Oh, Master Tainari? You just left the Avidia Forest a little while ago. He left? But isn't Tainari always saying that he never wants to leave? I thought it was weird too. Master Tainari always prioritizes his work as a forest watcher above No, I only found out that he left through a message he left behind. He also made sure to delegate all his tasks using a schedule. To leave in such a hurry? Master Tainari originally studied in the Amorta Darshan of the Academia, and part of Stiai is something like the Amorta's research base. I know that before he became a forest watcher, Master Tainari once spent a research base, huh? Gotta wonder what kind of research
Андрей,
Tainari just
Дендрей,
decided
все
to work
правильно.
on all of
Какой
a sudden.
регион, такой Дендрей.
Oh, we don't have a lot of time, so let's go look for him at Party Stiai. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm used to. Got it. Will do. See you later.
Они... Подожди. Ага. Нам надо теперь геморрой наш разрулить.
Race you.
Traveler,
Эх, прот,
you've
наоборот,
come at a good time.
постановщика допустил, что это вообще было. Кто отвечал за режиссуру?
Wait, this sounds like.
It is as you say. The commission this time around.
Huh?
Not long ago, we received word that a section...
Contaminated? You mean.
I don't know about the specifics, but I hear that strange things... The Avidia Forest inhabitants won't leave their homes so easily. That's why I want to ask you to investigate the situation. Even if all you can do is stop the contamination...
This is forest business.
Феник. Так, Но вот теперь единственное, мне вот что прям не нравится по упущению в Сумеру, это то, что они никак не привязали зоны вот эти увядания. С ними нет ничего. Они просто есть.
Thank goodness you're okay. We were so worried about you. Hey, this was supposed to be a touch and read. Actually, it's very smart of the traveler to be wary of me right now. After a plus, it's not like you could have known what happened after we split up. Even a pool of stagnant water after a torrential storm can occasionally pass as.
Paimon feels like only the real Nahida could come up with such an obscure analogy.
Huh? But I wasn't trying to win your trust or anything. All I wanted was to clarify.
Well, we understand that point now. Please, Nahida, tell us.
When you left, I was still in the middle of restoring everyone's minds. Thankfully, when the doctor mentioned depositing information instead, he did something closer to creating Luckily, I managed to finish my restorations and mind jump away from him just as he was about to capture me.
What a relief.
I wouldn't be relieved just yet. I gave away my true identity when I restored everyone's minds, which means we've lost also. The doctor is already an expert at modifying Akasha terminals.
Would that mean you'd no longer be able to jump between minds? Then how do we stop him? He's still at the academia, so it's possible he already started messing with. It feels like he's toying with us. What a nasty piece of work. Plus, the doctor's combat ability alone is apparently enough to make him worthy of being number 2 of the Fatui.
Откуда мы знаем, как он
I
сражается?
shouldn't give up hope just yet. Let's try the
Actually, Nahida, how did you know we were trying to get to Party State?
Yes, I have. I can see the traveler's elemental. You didn't come here for sightseeing, right?
We're looking for a scholar we know. His name is Tainari, and the sages once tried to reach
Типа
out
он
to him.
легенда, да хрен его
Why are you
знает.
coming
Ну,
first
если
with
он
us and
второй
so we
среди
can learn?
Фатуи, то явно да. Просто откуда вся эта информация идет? Или ты что, у Фатуев чем выше, тем мощнее, что ли?
Okay, let's just hope we won't get.
Я подозреваю, если у нас будет босс-файт с этим Доторы, то, скорее всего, будут какие-то глюки. Ну, то есть он будет насылать иллюзии, всякую такую вот дичь.
Traveler? It is you!
The voice! It's Hypatia!
What a pleasant surprise!
Who's this?
She's a scholar we met in the Avidia Forest. When we last saw each other, she was still training in the.
Oh, I see.
That's right, we're old friends. You've come at just the right time.
Hypatia, you're way too excited about this. Actually, for you to leave the Avidia. Wait, no. Did you already finish your training and reach.
What do you think? My consciousness has already managed to make.
You did it? Congratulations!
It's so exhilarating to share this sublime joy with when my consciousness made contact with the gods. What a supreme and unparalleled experience that was.
Мне кажется, у нее припадок.
That sounds incredible!
Oh, all right. Act, remember? I promised to help you understand what you saw from Irminsul once I gained deeper insights. My current self has not only gained true insight, but I can even help you establish a direct connection to the consciousness of the divine.
You can do that?
I've never heard of anything like that, but if you want to give it a try.
Hold on. I brought some spirit borneal with me. This is still a crucial part of the ceremony.
Where are you?
All right now.
В каком кармане ты это
I'll
носила?
help you establish a pathway to connect your consciousness.
Okay.
Ready?
Steady, go! Пространственно.
It took 3 betrayals for me to finally understand. The world is just an elaborate tapestry of lies. My fury will never be quelled. The first to betray me was a god, my creator, my mother. Valuing strength above all, she saw no worth in me and I was discarded.
Так, подождите.
The second was a human, my family, my friend. Consumed by fear, he saw me as an abomination. The third was one exactly like me, a hope for the future, a fledgling barely out of the nest. Powerless before his mortality, he broke his promise to me. Humans, they can't be trusted, and the gods fill me with pure loathing. So I said good riddance. I denounce the world and laugh in its face. My chest will never again be defiled by worldly filth. I will scrub away every last trace of human emotion. Then it will be empty, a blank slate, and ready to receive a supreme gnosis.
Подожди, это же этот, как его... Блядь, из Фатуи, к которому отдали шахматную фигуру, нет? Как он, сказитель или как его звали-то?
Actually just see the Balladier's memories? Everything matches what we know about him. But how is he connected to the divine consciousness that had...
You saw it, right? You felt it, right? Such a majestic god. Such a noble will. Alas, shame. If only that which beats within my chest wasn't a filthy mortal heart.
Do you understand now? I'm afraid this is no periporno life, but rather...
You! Why are you so mean to me? I found divine wisdom. Shouldn't I receive praise and honor? Haven't I uncovered that light in the darkness?
Aphasia?
That's how I always thought everything should... Wait, have I... already lost my mind?
Wait, something isn't right.
Опять мультики. Я же говорил, в какой-нибудь капсуле. Ёпрст это. Нет, слушай, это не сказитель.
Oh, the traveler's back?
Nahida was controlling your body for a while. It seemed like she jumped over to you as an After that, Tainari heard the commotion and came over. He helped us defeat the mercenaries and then he ran with us all the way here. What? You swapped places? Wait, then where is Nahida's consciousness?
I never imagined that an individual's consciousness could be transferred around like this. Also, while we were running, the consciousness in your body told me to... The doctor has found a way to trap my consciousness. But even in a moonless night, a shower of starlight can still drown out illusions and lies.
Oh no! Nahida's trapped in the sanctuary of Surasthana. Was that message all she left for us? It's pretty vague. Oh, that makes sense. Since the doctor captured her, she won't be able to say anything. Even in a moonless night, a shower of starlight can still Paimon knows the moon illusions and lies are from that. Didn't Nahida use a starlight analogy before? It had something to do with Sataria. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. But she isn't with us anymore.
Paimon, you said Sanctuary of Surasthana. Does this mean that this Nahida you're talking about, the consciousness who is occupying the traveler's body, is the Dendro Archon?
Your guess is correct, but the situation's a bit complicated, so it's really hard for us to explain right.
That's all right. A scholar's curiosity doesn't need to be appeased right away. As for the complicated... I've spent some time with you, and it looks like the Dendro Archon's also on your...
Thank you, Tainari. Oh, actually, we came here to ask you a question.
Ah, that. While I was indeed invited to join that project, the sages were
Ставлю
always
лайк и пойду
secretive
спать
about
спокойной
its
ночи.
stolen
Спокойной ночи,
goals.
Юзлес. Спасибо тебе.
So I have all
Спасибо,
I
что
know is
заглянул.
that project has something to do with the restoration of Irminsul.
Huh? Did you see something when you were in Nahida's body? What?
Do you have any evidence? So that's what happened. That explains why Hypatia's symptoms were different from those of the other scholars who went mad.
Так, подождите. Там просто стоял какой-то киборг, и в башке висел этот придурок. Какое зарождающееся божество.
Tainari, did you leave the Avidia Forest because of Hypatia?
I did. I noticed Hypatia's mental anomalies, but since her symptoms were rather atypical, I secretly took her to Party's DI and began searching for a way to return her to her normal. If I didn't take action, Hypatia would have already been taken by the Matra to the desert, doomed to a life of exile at Aru village.
Может, и не про мультик, типа, как он пришел к тому, к чему пришел, но хрен его знает.
Now that you mention it, I knew the academia has never thought particularly highly of lesser, but I still didn't expect them to do something as arrogant as creating a new god. Looks like I made the right decision by not accepting the doctor and the balladeer. We have two Fatui Harbin. From your description, I don't think they've completed their project. But then, what is the connection between creating a new god?
Yeah, it feels like we're still nowhere close to figuring out the sage's goals. Right, we've pretty much gone over everything we need to know, so we should head out. How about you, Tainari?
I'll stay here for now. I still want to try a few more. If you're planning to go into the desert, start by heading for Caravan Rabat. Come find me here if there's anything else I can do to help.
Thanks, Tainari. Hopefully Hypatia will feel better soon. We're off then.
Архонт оглянулся. То есть вот это, по сути, все. Это была сейчас вся сюжетка Сумеру, и дальше у нас уже нас ждет новая часть, которая будет посвящена пустыне. Обидненько, обидненько. Я, в принципе, ожидал немножко больше. С другой стороны, сюжет Сумеру только-только открыли. Сколько ему? Месяца 2, наверное, только. Ладно, хорошо, давайте пойдем в пустыню. Потому что в любом случае я хочу сначала закрыть весь сюжет, а потом уже заниматься всем остальным. Хочу вам тут показать одну вещь. Пока бегал, открывал карту, наткнулся вот на этот веселый телепорт. Я уж, честно сказать, не знаю, что тут происходит в этом месте. Но меня вот эта ситуация повеселила. Такое раскуроченное дерево стоит. И вот такие вот тут ребята. С этой стороны пляшут. Вон там электрические такие же танцуют. В центре сундук, какая-то боевая арена тут. Я не стал вламываться, спрашивать, ради чего они тут стоят. Но мне кажется, здесь будет какой-то интересный квест с таким хорошим поворотом сюжета. Стоят ради того, чтобы дать тебе пиздюлей. Да нет, вот как раз-таки стоят они так, что хотят друг дружке насовать пиздюлей. Но вопрос, почему они этого не делают. Но по итогу дадут тебе... А, ну да, потому что я крайний буду.
We finally made it to Caravan Rebot. It's pretty lively here.
Здесь, говорит, довольно-таки оживленно. Стоят 3 охранника, 4 торговца и 1 покупатель.
So, just past this wall is the desk. Oh, wow. Paimon remembers hearing people call this the Wall of Samiel. It's made to block sandstorms from the outside. Oh, if it's this tall...
Enough gawking. Come on, follow me.
Ну, и тебе добрый вечер.
Over here.
Просто все после эпидемии ковида на улицу выползают, поэтому даже 3,5 человека — это оживленно.
Wonder what he's up to.
Там опять койку продают. Мы возвращаемся. Приветствую, Тимур. Добро пожаловать. Устраивайся поудобнее.
What the? Where did she go?
Пошли в пустыню.
How did we lose them? They were just here a second ago.
More Aramite mercenaries? Who are they working for this time?
You were too careless. You should have noticed those hopeless amateurs trailing you a long time ago. There's no need to thank me. I've never cared to keep track of personal fate. All I did was correct a mistake I happened to come across. It's a habit I developed at the academy.
You really gave Paimon a scare, Alhaitham. Last time we met at Port Ormos, didn't you say you were going back to the Academy?
Oh, so you've already landed yourselves on the Academia's hit list. However, had I wished to turn you over to the Academia, don't you think you'd already be the Eremites' honored guests by now?
Oh, right. You do have a point.
I have no interest in running errands for that project. As a scholar, I've always belonged to the... And these days, you're more fascinating than... Not quite. To tell you the truth, I'm still investigating the Divine Knowledge Capsule. Unfortunate, everyone says the capsule originated in the desert and was eventually moved to Port Ormos. If I am to get to the... Which brings me back to you, and why the leader of Ainul Ahmar used the Divine Knowledge Capsule right in front of you. And upon seeing him, your expression became perplexed, and you were lost in thought for quite some time. To have that kind of reaction,
Oh, Hatham, you really have a ridiculous eye for detail. What kind of...
So that's your answer. Well, but that does prove you do have some undisclosed information about the divine knowledge capsule. Am I right? No matter. Rather than simply learning the answers from you, I'd still prefer to investigate on my own. Speaking of...
That's right! We have the same plan as you! But we don't really have any concrete goals at the...
Then I'd suggest starting with Aru Village. It's the largest settlement in the desert, so it'll probably have more resources and
It's always better to travel with someone you know.
На Дейна похож, на самом деле. Зачем я сюда лезу? Что мне по земле не ходится, а? Мне еще, кстати, интересно, вот тут вот кусок карты, тут тоже пустыня. Там какое-то дерево с белым светом. Я так понимаю, нас тоже там будет ждать какой-то квест. Тоже вот такие вот стены. Ты что такое? Я бы, конечно, предположил, что ты финек. Но ведь ты ни хрена не финек. Он не... Ну, это понятно. Кстати, если в пустыне не будет финьков, я на них обижу. Я сказал финьков, а не грибов. Оно, конечно, созвучно, все дела, но... Но не то. Конечно, сейчас еще пацаны из-за стены прибегут. Со своими топориками. Грибов Муну за мой счет нет. Никаких грибов. Так, ты. Какая тут неудобная поверхность. Хренов стрелок, а? Не понял. А ты откуда взялся? Тебя тут не было. Он пришел. Ага. Из-за вон того дерева, да? Подожди, из него же лут должен выпасть. Меня вот тут подбешивает, что из противников лут выпадает не сразу. Ни хрена себе, сколько мяса выпадало. Печать дендра. И всего одна. Очень жаль. А, ну нам, в принципе, и, как говорится, иди по дороге и никуда не сворачивай. А что это такое? О, скорпиончик. Смотрите, какой милый. Ух ты, ничего себе. А еще как умеешь. Какой-то чернобыльский скорпион. Ну давай, давай, давай. Эй, ты дурак, что ли? Че дерешься-то? Ну, а с них мяско сыпется. Причем по 3 штучки. Это хорошо. Это радует. Жалко только, конечно, что нет какого-нибудь хитина кератина. Так, у меня есть какой-нибудь лучник? А, ну, приближение не шибко. Дай мне на морду свою посмотреть. Котеняка хвостатая. Но это смутно напоминает финька. Мясистый, одобряю. Так, погодите. Сначала статуя архонтов. А потом все остальное. А, ну, потом будет вот этот кусок большой, и потом вот этот малый кусочек. Я понял, хорошо. В принципе, над пустыней они не шибко заморачивались. Что, к сожалению, очень жаль. Так, поклониться. Статуя у нас есть что? А, ну, не хватит все равно. Все равно нам не хватит. Ладно. Я подзабил на сбор дендрокулов.
Whoa, this landscape is really something else. What a cool place.
О! Собака сутулая.
Unless my memory fails me, we have barely spoken 2 words to each other before now at the Academia. Would you care to enlighten me as to when and how I invited the General Mahamatra's wrath?
Oh, Hatham. Do not think you can escape my judgment, just because you managed to escape my attack.
Я другой голосок от него ожидал.
Judgment? So that's how you'd characterize your actions here, is it?
У них типа терки, а ты не заметила, да? Ну так, это дружеское приветствие.
Had I used my full strength, not even this traveler would have been able to stop me. Though styled like an assassination, I sought only to ensure that my target would be unable to flee or resist. Standard practice for the Matra, as well you know.
Seemed to me more like your own personal touch.
Who is that, Alhaitham? Did you call him General Mahamatra?
Yes. General Mahamatra Sino, head of all the Matra at the Academia. He's a formidable hunter, and the ultimate nightmare for any who have committed academic—
You seem to have placed a lot of trust in Alhaitham, to the point of blocking an attack for him. If I were you, I'd never choose to side with him. I have been pursuing this scribe for a long time. I urge you, stand back and do not seek to defend him any longer. Otherwise, there will be consequences.
Has Alhaitham done something wrong? Hyman doesn't think he's as bad.
I won't waste my breath explaining things. Alhaitham, I saw it during our fight. Take it out. The divine knowledge capsule you're hiding on your person.
Very perceptive of you. Nothing escapes a Matra's senses.
Wait, the divine knowledge capsule? Didn't it fall into the Matra's hands in Port Ormos?
No wonder you speak with such confidence, Sino. But I must admit, I'm very curious. And why, as General Mahamatra of the Academia, are you all alone in the desert? As far as I'm aware, The other Matra have been speculating about your disappearance. Have you been given a mission that's, let's say, morally dubious? If I was the real target of your mission, what was stopping you from simply using your authority and resources to judge me within the walls of the academia?
I should have known you'd be difficult to deal with.
You two? Ugh. What you would do, travel?
Well, look at you two, acting all tough and
Да.
self-righteous over there.
А Тулса становится все веселее.
Great! Finally, someone that we can trust! You gotta help us out here. Otherwise, these two are gonna start.
Yeah, sure looks that way. Two giants from the academia duking it out once and for all. Not something you get to see every day, that's for sure. Listen, I know you academic types love to fill up your big brains with self-righteous morality and lord your empty rules and virtues over each other. But how dare you bring your petty disputes into the safe haven of Aru Village? It seems like
Сейчас она
some
сама им
guys
всыпет по
beat some
первое
sense into
число.
your thick skulls until you finally learn to respect these grounds. Hey, did either of you hear a word I just said?
Whoa, what's going on? The wind's so strong. Is this a sandstorm?
Another sandstorm? What's up with these recently?
Hey! All of you, over here, quickly! We have to take cover!
Someone's calling for us! Oh, this.
That sounded like Candace. Come on, you two. Jeez, are all of you academia folk...
All right, stop yelling.
Может, мы сядем, поговорим в конце концов. Если ваша вечеринка не похожа на эту, не приглашайте. Многословно.
This is pretty. Hey, wanna play sardines with three people who wanna tear each other limb from limb? Sure, why not? Sounds fun. The air is so thick and heavy. Paimon can hardly keep floating anymore.
My sincere.
Давай, ходи ножками по земле.
This is the home of our village chief. I will have to ask you to make do with this small room until the sandstorm died. Please, let me introduce myself. I am Candace, protector of Aru Village.
Ну, у нее глаза разные, да? Я чуть не замечал.
Savior has come at last. Nice to meet you, Candace. The name's Paimon. Thank you.
There's no need to thank me. It's only right to help each other when the weather gets rough.
Это они заперты со мной.
Wow, she's so gentle and caring, like a nice older sister.
All right. Now that we're all better acquainted, as a guardian charged with the responsibility to protect my fellow villagers from harm, I was observing your conflict from afar. And now that you have set foot within our village itself, it is all the more my responsibility to make absolutely sure that you pose no threat whatsoever to us. So please, have an honest and sincere conversation. If anyone dares to start anything again while they are under this roof, I will not hesitate to send them out for some quality time with the creatures of the...
On second thought, Paimon may have misjudged Candace's character.
And that goes for you too, Miss Dia. Do I make myself clear?
All right, we got it, Candace.
That's what I like to hear.
I was supposed to be a mediator, but I might have gotten a little too involved just now. Anyway, one of those two should probably start talking.
Wait, that was you trying to be a
I have nothing to hide, so there's no shame in explaining myself. While Al-Haytham wasn't wrong about the other Matra not knowing my whereabouts, it's not because I've been assigned a morally dubious... Rather, I've chosen to exile myself.
Huh?
A little while ago, I discovered that there was data missing in the Academia's project planning and development files. What little they did report clearly did not match the... As General Mahamatra, I had the responsibility and authority to request an audit. However, to my surprise, the person responsible for the erroneous data, I tried to investigate the issue myself before submitting a formal audit request. But I began to realize that they were cautious of me from the very... Unsurprisingly, the Grand Sage rejected my audit request. The power of the General Mahamatra is granted by the sages. You have no right to judge us. I realized then that to the Grand Sage, the Matra are nothing more than tools for the sages. To the vows that we took, the principles that we strive to uphold, they are meaningless to the I believed it would be wise to flee the academia before the sages had a chance to take action against me. I will never give up on this investigation. There's no need for someone else to give me power or authority.
Sino seems to have the same
Ты
goals
кого
as us.
судить
We're
собрался, пес?
investigating the sages. Plus, now that he's no longer the General Mahamatra, he somehow feels a lot less scary. Well, Sino, if that's your story, then why...
When I was investigating the matter in the academia, I overheard a conversation between Alhaitham and the sages asked you to investigate a blonde-haired traveler. Do you dispute this, Alhaitham? Like many parts of the project, this assignment was undocumented. Now throw in your suspicious behavior with the Divine Knowledge Capsule, and I think we deserve an explanation.
Yes. I was indeed tasked with investigating the travel. After all, the promised reward was so great that hardly any scholar could have refused. The sage told me, once you've...
A most enticing offer.
Unfortunately, those academics don't know me at all. Their words contained one key piece of information. Namely, that divine knowledge... From my perspective, the sages are far from trustworthy. Think about it. Isn't it a little strange they're so willing to share divine knowledge with any... So, I began my own investigation following the lead of the Divine Knowledge Capsule. In the end, I realized my wisdom in committing to this rather than collaborate. Had I been less guarded, I probably would have ended up like that Ain al-Ahmar mercenary, incapable of remaining sane for long enough to hold a conversation.
You mean that the sages originally planned to dispose of you, using one of those capsules that drive people insane?
I'd already given up on the assignment by then. I only told the academia I was waiting in Port Orm, so it came as quite a surprise when I encountered my erstwhile target while investigating the Divine Knowledge Capsule.
Criminals do love to talk about coincidences.
Even though I ran into the traveler by chance, I had no intention of providing this. You were the ones who decided to follow me and strike up a conversation after I left that tavern.
That's true. Alhaitham helped us out at Caravan Rebot to...
I'm willing to apologize, if that's worth anything to you. I took the Divine Knowledge Capsule behind your back because I judged its existence to be a significant risk. I felt that it would be best for no one to interact with it before it had been properly studied.
Немецкий похорон старье с божественными знаниями отсылались к сердцу Бога, которое спиздил тут с большой шляпой. Но нет, подожди. Там он же... Ну, во-первых, он не спиздил, он забрал, его отдала это... Мамзеле с храма, сказитель. А как бы это сын Адзумы, это вообще никак не связано.
After all,
You should be well aware, Scribe Alhaitham, that curiosity can also lead you. Answer me this. Did the sages share any
have I not made myself clear? You and I are both distrusted by the academia.
Fine. Although you haven't completely proven your innocence, I won't regard you as an enemy, for now.
Он кинул Фатуев. А кто Фатуев у нас кинул?
As you wish.
Good. I'm glad to see you two clearing up your misunderstandings. And now you, Dia. I believe it's...
Oh, sorry. Whatever the boys were talking about must have been so... My situation is pretty straightforward. My employer, Dunyarzad of the Homayani family, is friends with the traveler and is currently recovering from her illness at home. I had nothing going on, so I decided to return to Aru village for a visit. I was actually looking forward to but then I saw these two random guys in the middle of a pointless argument. It ticked me off, and things went down.
Is that all? Well, I will admit that definitely sounds like your style. In that case, welcome back, dear.
Но... Скоромуш? Какой скоромуш?
That's more like it. I missed you all so much, Candace.
А,
Whoa! What was that sound?
No need to
песчаный
worry.
червь, дюны.
But you're no longer at each other's throats. Please make yourselves at home.
Creatures? In the sand?
Fighting in a sandstorm is not for the faint-hearted. Anyone without extensive...
Yeah, just leave him to Candace. Don't worry, she's...
The winds died down. That means the sandstorm's okay. Candace still isn't back yet, though. Is she?
When you put it that way, even I'm starting to feel a little worried. All right, let's go. We've been here long enough, and the boys are as chatty as the floor.
Громучий или сказитель? Не. Сказитель, мне кажется... Хотите сказать, что это он зарождается как божество? То есть изначально мое предположение было верно? Не знаю, как-то смутно верится. Хотя, в принципе, если он скоммуниздил сердце Бога, почему нет?
Next on the agenda.
Так, погодите, телепорт дайте активировать. Если он скоммуниздил сердце Бога, почему и нет? В синематике говорилось, что он кинул Фатуев и забрал сердце себе. Кто тебе не верится, об этом напрямую говорят. Я не смотрю синематики. Я сужу из того, что мне говорят в игре. Сколько тут фей-то?
Candace, you're still fighting? You've been out here dealing with these creatures the entire time?
Это понятно, но, как по мне, Геншин уже давно ушел за рамки одного медиа. Ну, тут да, тут я с тобой согласен. Это так же, как с Лоботомкой, Руиной и детективом искажения. То, что сейчас будет происходить в Лимбусе без понимания детектива искажения и что там еще было, не помню. Это будет какой-то пиздец, мне кажется.
Yes. They just keep coming in waves. I've lost count of how...
Here comes another wave!
Leave this round to us. I got interrupted earlier.
It's been quite a while since
I'll be sure to put on a good show. Let's go!
А мне дадут? Не дадут.
On the born of ice and frost. Boba, get them! Help! We did... For Rex Lapis! Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Odds revealed by...
Я правильно понимаю, что вот эти вот упыри поглощают силу стихии, с которой я их долблю? Или только электро? Судя по всему, они только электро поглощают. А, эти морозоты же еще и кровотечение накидывают.
Let's dance. Wings of darkness. Come, sever.
К примеру, инфа про Селестию и богов Истока, которыми могут стать обладатели глаза бога, можно узнать из комикса. А предыстория Карл Маркс статус. Они перегружают твою стихию, освобождают ее в тебе. А, классно!
What we fought just now was probably the aftermath of the sand.
Well fought, everyone. No injuries, I hope.
Huh? Who are you?
Ah, my apologies. I haven't had a chance to greet you yet. I had my hands full. I am the chief of Aru Village. Everyone usually calls me Uncle An.
Sir, I am also originally from the desert, but I have not been back for some time now.
I can't say they've always been common, but recently the storms have become increasingly severe and frequent. Besides sandstorms, we also occasionally get earthquakes. According to an investigator who stayed in the village a while ago...
Another effect of Irminsul's withering. So, Irminsul's withering causes withering zones in the forest, and sandstorms and earthquakes here.
Everything in the natural world is inextricably connected to Irminsul.
Everyone in Aru Village needs to... speaking of which, why haven't I seen a single village
keeper?
Does your curiosity know no bounds? Village Keeper is how Aru Village refers to mad scholars, exiled here by the Academia. Most of them are scholars who lost their sanity after a period of training in the Academia believes that their crazed mutterings may have a negative effect on the psyches of other scholars. So, they're forcibly exiled to the desert.
Alas, that's exactly what we've been trying to investigate, but no one in the village has ever seen them leave. If you're planning to stay around the village for the next few days...
I've had encounters with those people in the past.
The Matra are the ones responsible for their exile. Now that you're no longer with them, are you trying to alleviate your guilt and atone?
Mock me if you will, but if you are guilty, I will eliminate you.
Oh, you're the former General Mahamatra. You must be an expert in these kinds of investigations.
Is it because you're reminded of Hypatia? Oh, these poor scholars. First, but is it really a good idea to tag along with Sino? You seem like you really don't trust him.
I'll be grateful for the assistance. No doubt you will do a better job than some of my former... Let's start by finding a spot to share what we know so far.
Где-то раньше был стражник. Я так понимаю, вниз падать не рекомендуется, да? Хотя нет, вроде вода поблескивает.
Although I've sent myself into exile, I'm still doing essentially the same things as before. Do you still have any questions for me before we start our investigation? One of my former subordinates told me that this title has its origins in a strange incident.
Мне кажется, или Сайна это Алый Король. Вот почему-то мне показалось. Слушай, я тоже изначально так думал, но нет, это не он.
The Academia has long exiled mad scholars to Aru Village. A mysterious phenomenon exists here. When mad scholars first arrive, they are as incoherent and deranged as before. But initially, the people of Aru Village greatly resented having to take in the mad. Aru Village was struck by the strongest earthquake in living memory. Seeing buildings on the verge of collapse all around him, suddenly, he noticed a mad scholar crouching in a corner, caressing the ground with his hands. A soft, green light radiated despite the powerful tremors that ripped through the ground that night. All the houses remained upright, almost as if they had grown roots reaching deep into the ground. After that, the people of Aru Village treated the mad scholars with greater kindness.
A soft green light? A mad scholar protecting Aru Village? Paimon thinks so too. Actually, Sino, do you know if any of the...
In theory, they would continue wearing them so the academia could still monitor their activities.
Oh, no wonder! Everything makes sense then!
If you are able to draw a conclusion from this one story alone, then it... So, what do you make of the story? Really? Lesser Lord Kusanali.
What? You don't believe us? Lesser Lord Kusanali was...
No, it's not so much that I don't believe you. Lesser Lord Kusanali, the academia has always placed far greater importance on the late Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. They've more or less ignored Lesser Lord Kusanali. And in addition, I've never heard any stories about...
No way! Nahida definitely exists! She's a... How should Paimon put it? She's a good Archon who's kind and...
I've spent many years interrogating criminals. So...
Good! Then you should know that we're telling...
That look in your eyes. How can this be? To think. Our Archon...
Alright, now it's our turn to put our skills to good, but easier said than done. Especially since we don't have any leads. Maybe we can start by knocking...
Excuse me, are you here to help me find...
Huh?
By the sounds of it, a resident of this village.
My name is Isak. You'll help me find my grandpa.
Is your grandpa a mad scholar?
Hey, don't say that. Grandpa is just Grandpa.
The person you're referring to is not a local, yet you are.
Grandpa is just Grandpa. I heard everything you said to the village chief. Please, you gotta take me with you.
Ah, so you're the one who was eavesdropping on us around the village chief's house. I was planning to go out and take care of whoever it was, but I had a...
Whoa! Hatham wasn't kidding about Matra having sharp senses. Sino, he's just a kid. All he wants is to find his grandpa. Let's find a way to help him.
Sorry, I was only listening in because I wanted to know where Grandpa went. Honest. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss King.
All right. But first...
Так, наверх, да? То есть тут у нас не будет ни магазинов.
Sino is super vigilant. Is this what all the Matra are like?
Ah, you're back already.
We just wanted to confirm something with you.
I had a feeling he'd go looking.
Huh? You knew?
Yes. Although he tried his best to stay hidden, I still noticed him. Isak's parents were both Aramite mercenaries who rarely returned to the village after finding employment in the city. Unfortunately, it was only a few years before his grandpa passed away. Later, an elderly mad scholar arrived at the village. Isak, however, the scholar was unkempt in appearance and incoherent in speech. One summer night, the oft mumbling and bumbling Grandpa walked up to Isak and patted him on the head. He even took Isak to the entrance of the village. The next morning, Isak woke up and wanted to go find his grandpa again, only to realize his grandpa... It's said that those who saw the scholar claimed he no longer appeared to be crazy, but appeared to be living in his own world. Isak was thrilled that his grandpa was able to find peace and would follow him all the time.
All this somehow just makes Paimon...
Perhaps. Nearly everyone who lives in the desert has some form... It's also my reason for fighting. I must continue to protect this land.
Оба глаз горит, за головой месяц, блин, пушки стреляют. Почему нет?
Maybe the people have always had a considerate...
Huh?
No, nothing. as long as Esau keeps his word.
Perhaps you are more compassionate than I gave you credit for.
Hey, Isak! Oh, it's you guys! We've cleared everything up. Let's go find your... Really? Wow.
Да пошли уже, пошли. Нет, только не с расспросов. Умоляю, пожалуйста. Только не с расспросов. Их, конечно, тут не так много, но я не хочу.
You mean the village keepers? Oh, let me think. When I was eating dinner the other day, I saw one of them by the side of the road, muttering away and eating mushrooms and tree...
Okay. Did you know...
Anything else?
Я надеюсь, все диалоги будут такие. О, Шани. Ведьмак, ты ли это?
Don't change the subject.
Right. You were asking about the the mad scholars. I think it's been a few days since I last saw them, but honestly, I feel quite sympathetic towards them. Even though they act a little strange, they've helped me in the past.
Do you also think Grandpa and the others...
Grandpa? Oh, hello there. It's little Isak. He was actually the one who protected my house. I saw it with my own eyes. He happened to be staying near my house. It still feels pretty surreal now that I think back on it. Well, whatever the case, I'll always be thankful to him and whoever taught him to look out for others. I'm pretty sure that if I ever went mad, I wouldn't be able to do anything like that.
Если не будет сырья, я обижусь на этот спин-офф Ведьмака. Сейчас будет какая-нибудь тыря. Причем через «ы». Это снизу, что ли?
Sir, have you seen my grandpa recently? You know,
Коты хотели кекс устроить, это им помешал.
Oh, well, if it isn't Isak. The last time I saw him, he was spacing out by the road as usual. I went and asked him if he'd like any of the food I had prepared, despite my wife's protests. Like many people, and speaking of my wife, she's still always complaining about how I don't make an...
Oh, thank you.
It was nothing. You're...
Yeah.
That's no good. Well, once you found him, come by. I've known you since you were very young. So as far as I'm concerned, you're...
Wow, what a nice guy!
300 сейчас могла появиться. Она же магичка, а Сумеру город магов. А и только Цири могла путешествовать по мирам.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Huh? Don't say anything for now. Let's head over there.
Как быстро у нас главы закрываются, а?
Listen, see if you can make out what the...
Have you heard? The mighty Scarlet King, the sovereign of our faith.
Yes, of course I have. The Scarlet King is the one and only true ruler of this land. Still, you say he's coming back, but it sure doesn't feel like life's about to change around.
Haven't you noticed? The village has been getting more deranged scholars than ever. Delavar was saying that many people also went insane just before the fall of the Scarlet King's civilization in ancient times. Isn't it a sign of the Scarlet King's power that all the mad scholars have disappeared? If you ask me, they must have been chosen as the final sacrifice for the Scarlet King's resurrection.
Huh. Now that you say it, that does make some sense.
Exactly. Those city folks will get what's coming to them.
Now, Repeat everything you've just said from the...
Huh? Who are you?
My patience is running thin. You heard what I asked.
Уф.
Yeah, bro, this guy's something else.
Let's not get on his bad side, okay? I'm...
Okay, good sir. What is it you would like to know?
Tell me about the Scarlet King's resurrection.
Well, I only know a few things from hearsay. I went for a drink the other day and heard others talking about a rumor that the madmen will disappear and that the Scarlet King will return.
Hey!
It's true. It's all true, sir. We desert folk have had more than enough of those people at the academia. They keep sending us all their mad scholars and won't let us have a good... Would you want to live like this if you were in our place? The radicals were even more thrilled than me when they heard the news. We're all praying for the Scarlet King's speedy return. Delavar also said that once the Scarlet King returns to our side, it's only a matter of time before we conquer the land on the other side of the wall. They're all willing to serve under the Scarlet King and fight for a share of...
Is that so?
Seems like he still wants to know more.
Got it! At first, I told myself it was just the drink talking. But then all the mad please don't beat me up just for mentioning these rumors. If I'm guilty, then everyone else around here is also guilty.
The people here really like the Scarlet King, but dislike the Dendro Archon.
Where is this radical...
I haven't run into him over the past few days, so he probably...
No, not at all. We wouldn't dare lie to you.
Sounds like you're not too close with the radical.
No, of course not.
I have many ways to stop you from talking. And many others to stop you from... So you'd best just stay home and hope I don't do anything until I've gotten to the bottom of this.
Yes, got it.
That scared Paimon half to death. Sino is pretty terrifying.
Как он их услышал, только если он не алый король, и как бог может слушать, когда его упоминают. Хотя здесь боги — это немного другие существа. Ну да. Но он не уши какие.
He didn't try to reassure us at all. It's like he's used to hearing that.
I heard that.
Sorry.
It's part of being a Matra. The rumor we heard just now seems like a strong lead. But we need to check a few more places. Very well.
Isak! I'm here.
Where's your grandpa's house?
Well, I can take
it. Там Окулус. Его надо забрать.
Grandpa? Oh, he likes to be alone. Sometimes he stares at the sky in a daze, and other times he just pokes at the ground with his fingers. Every now and then, he yells out at the top of his lungs, so a lot of people are really scared of him. But he's a good person, really. I know he is. I swear, he's just like my real grandpa.
Зачем ему их расспрашивать, если он слышал все, что о нем говорили и раньше? Окей, просто натягиваю сову на глобус. Пожалей глобус. Если он божество, он должен знать вообще все, что о нем говорят, так что не будем об этом. А то есть сову тебе не жалко. Слушай, если сова давай натягивать себя на глобус, значит, это сова мазохист.
where Grandpa used. There sure isn't much here.
No.
Incense? But are you okay? Are you getting
There's a scent that you can sense, but I can't.
A certain traveler here once passed out from that smell. Thankfully, Tainari saved the day.
So, you know Tainari?
Huh? You know?
Yes. Now that I concentrate.
Wait, surely
No need. Did you first encounter this scent at Tainari's house? In the forest. From a scholar.
А, это камушек. А, типа еще да... О! Здравствуйте. Я передумал, я не хочу.
What are you looking for, Sino?
Так, говорит, тебя грибы встречают.
Here it is. Take a look right here. Although the traces have been completely buried in the sand, from the size and shape, they belong to an adult male. The scent is quite faint, but still extant.
But who would come looking?
We'd have to ask whoever lured him away with the incense.
Huh? So you can lure someone away with just a scent? Hey, what's wrong with liking good food?
Exactly. Most scholars are fond of incense, since even deep within the clutches of madness, they still yearn for their knowledge-seeking days. And
No. So someone's taking advantage of their weakness? Are the rumors really true? Could the disappearance of all...
it's highly likely.
Please, you have to save my grandpa. Grandpa's...
Sounds like we'd better help get him back. Don't you worry.
Let's head to Aru Village and inform Candace and the others about...
Какой ты нудный, а, пес. Ёб твою мать. Это еще что такое? Что за ветрогенератор энергии? Так. Мгм. Наверх меня не пустят, значит, да?
Right. The darker fabric definitely looks a lot better. That...
We're back, Candace! We've got a lot to tell you.
Там из грибы встретили, походу, возможно.
Ah, welcome back.
You bet. So, everything...
Reasonably.
Alhaitham didn't go with...
We haven't seen him at all.
Huh. I saw him around the village entrance earlier and figured he was investigating.
Did you find out anything useful?
Ляпа, что кондаки такая красивая.
So someone used a kind of incense to leave the exiled skull.
The resurrection of the Scarlet King? First I've heard of it. Far as I know, the kind of incense you just mentioned is only popular beyond the wall. Scholars are fond of it, but As you can see, there aren't many scholars still studying around these parts. Not to mention, making incense is a labor-intensive process. You won't see anybody in the desert with the patience. It seems someone from beyond the wall must have been supporting this.
Makes sense.
So what should we do then? Do we go back to the academia and search?
If it was any other day, that would be your next logical step. But today, didn't you say that the villager got his news from the tavern? Well, I also like to drink at the tavern.
If Paimon remembers correctly, the leader of...
Ah, yeah. Delavar, the scar-riddled bandit, Enger, the wide-eyed butcher, and Jabari, the duck-tailed bearded crook. The whole lot of them are known around these parts. These guys have one thing in common, and that's being broke. The rougher life gets, the more they want to believe in the Scarlet King. Way they see it, the Scarlet King's resurrection. Throwing all of Sumeru into chaos is the only way to change the way of life here in the desert. Anyway.
Tia! You're amazing! You really know
No merc can afford to slack off on gathering intelligence. Every more
Там нас подслушивали. Псина, ты не заметил?
Let's head out.
Now hold on, you're staying right here.
Why?
Aru Village is not a big place. Outsiders stand out here like a sore thumb. I'd bet the desert is unforgiving, so the way of life here is also a lot tougher than on the outside. Compared to you, mercs like me are just third-rate amateurs. I've got no actual fighting skills to speak of. I need to go around and ask some questions, but it'll be Good, then we've got a plan. The Traveler and Paimon will go to Caravan Rebot with me, and we'll try our best to figure out where the mad scholars have been
All right, sounds like a plan.
Деревня, когда два дома и руины назывались деревней. Ну, вот примерно сейчас. А в целом ты в Рашке живешь. Тут, да.
Sounds like you're starting to get familiar with the area.
Paimon's amazed every time we see the wall of Samiel.
I know what you mean. I had the same question every time I walked this way when I was a kid. Also, why is this high wall here? And can a wall It was only after I grew up that I realized. The wall of Samiel isn't just there to keep out. Sumeru is run by wise and mighty sages. To them, us desert dwellers are nothing but we're cheap labor, like livestock, but even if a child from the desert got the chance to obtain an Akasha terminal, almost all their requests for knowledge would be denied. The geniuses like Sataria are one in a million. The other children never get a single chance to try and rewrite their fate, even though the academia knows very well that we're humans, just as they are.
Тоже в Рашке живешь, тут как бы, да, но там хотя бы не 3 дома и руины от завода. Слушай, смотря про какие деревни мы говорим. Андрюшка, давай мы не будем далеко уходить, вспомним какой-нибудь Акбулак, да? Ага.
I would tear down this wall with my own hands if I could.
Эй, улица родная, 2 забора, 3 доски. О, помнишь, да?
No, not at all. Besides, we're here to procure information.
Yep, we gotta catch those.
Shh. Caravan Rebot is crawling with people, so be careful what you say. Our mission started the moment we arrived here. Let's go check out the tavern. Maybe we'll find someone.
Где таверна-то?
Just our luck. None of them are here today.
You mean you don't see anyone?
Dia, is that you? What a coincidence. You're here for
Zaki.
Oh, and who do you have with you here?
Guests from another land?
Ваши планы уже всем известны давно. Ваша псина хуёво бдит на шашлык его.
Hello, hello. I'm Zaki. Dia's, how would you put it?
We've had drinks together. Anyway, as far as my friends here, they aren't too shabby, are they? You rarely see any.
Absolutely. Much better than those people on the other side.
Yeah. Have you seen Enger, Delavar, or Jabari recently?
Of course I have. Matter of fact,
I've got a spice trading deal from another nation. I thought maybe Delavar and his friends might be interested. No word.
ah, how thoughtful of you. Then I assume you also know that Delavar's been having a hard time making ends.
Hey, keep it down. Let's just say I prefer to keep this deal a secret. Y'all at Caravan Rebot are like family. If there's more to be made, why not do it together? Besides, Delavar and his friends have muscle.
Не помню, я в
They'd be a good fit for escorting the
Не помню, я в Оренбурге живу. Даже в Солилецке не было. По картам достаточно большой. Кто? Солилецк? Пешком от одного конца до другого за полчаса. Большой город. Смешной такой.
Yes, how considerate of you.
Чё, мне кажется, ты спишь на посту. Нет, Солилецк. Акбулак — это деревушка, если мне память не изменяет, домов на 15-20. Ну, во всяком случае, раньше была.
Are we there yet?
Yep,
This place is practically deserted. What are they doing in a place like this?
Why don't you take a guess? Go on. A wild stab in the dark.
What's this all about, Zaki?
Come on, Dia. You really think we didn't hear about what you said back in Aru village? The boys have kept a close eye on you from the moment you said. Not only do I know that you're looking for Delavar, I also know that you've teamed up with people from the academia to look for the missing scholars.
So, you've been watching us?
Uh-oh. I knew leaving Sino behind was a mistake.
And you left the strongest one in the village, didn't ya? Who do you...
So you and Delavar have been part...
Dia, I guess it's only natural for a traveling mercenary like you to be out of the loop. Those of us who hang around the tavern have stronger bonds than you but you got one thing right. We're all looking forward to an uprising in Sumeru. There's nothing more we'd like to see than the...
If that's the case, then I'm sure Delavar wouldn't miss a second.
I'll be honest with you. If it weren't for what you said in the village, your little monologue about the Wall of Samio would have convinced me that you're one of us.
Delavar. And Enger. You're here too, huh?
Long time no see, Miss Mercenary. You should have known the traitors are what us followers of the Scarlet King
Dia, I thought that you, a fellow desert dweller, would understand that the Scarlet King is greater than...
Yeah, gee, what a missed opportunity. Adopting radical views and kidnapping innocent scholars, all because of some baseless rumors? Anything else?
See? There you have it. Mercenaries are just a bunch of faithless scum with only one thing on...
You're not wrong. Mercenaries are driven by Mora, and my faith lies with whoever's paying me. As long as there's a profit to be...
Enough talking! Get him!
Just as I expected. Let's teach him a lesson, traveler.
Да сломайте им лицо уже, к чему эти разговоры, да. А можно мне дать уже в конце концов ее пощупать? Как хорошо они в рядочек выстроились, а? Ты посмотри.
Didn't see that coming.
Заплати только тогда. Ну да, она же наемница. Чего это я?
Impossible! How could you?
So, what do you think about your meticulous network now, Zaki? How did you say it? It's only natural for a trap. I'm guessing your informant told you that I'm just an incompetent merc with no real fighting skills, correct? I mean, and of course you would believe everything he reported. The only thing you know about me is that even though you heard we went to handle monsters together, you believed that Candace was the only one doing all the— That so-called Flame Main is just a fraud. She admitted it herself. She just uses her connections to gain the trust of others. That's what you thought, right?
You lied in the village because—
And you were stupid enough to fall for it. I figured as much the first time we drank together. You all thought you were so smart. Pathetic. Okay, that should be all of them.
Whoa! So you've been planning this since we were in our—
No task can be done without preparation. I just happened to notice a couple suspicious-looking people while you were out investigating.
Oh, but instead of catching them right—
Those two who were snooping around were just a couple small fries. If we want to get the real catch, we have to be patient and give it—
Oh, you mean the funny name she mentioned back in Uncle Ampu's house? The wide-eyed butcher—
That's just a bunch of drunk talk. Edgar and Delavar like to talk themselves up when they're drinking. Edgar, the wide-eyed butcher, and Delavar, the scar-riddled— Alcohol has a way of making people share what they really think. So Edgar and Delavar—
What about Zaki?
He's just a numbskull who fell right into our trap. Zaki was probably the best hidden of them all. My initial plan was to find Delavar first, and that's what you wanted to ask when we were at Uncle Anpu's house, right? Jabari is one of the villagers you talked to. You know, the one who wanted to treat Isak and his grandpa to some food.
Wait, so he's a radical—
No, he isn't. I just needed to tack on a random villager name to make the eavesdropper think that I was making—
Wow! What a genius idea!
Неплохо.
Kind. It was straight from the usual playbook.
So, that thing you were saying before,
About
how mercenaries only care about Mora, and that anyone's a friend—
Does that bother you? What makes you so sure?
Dia, do you dislike the Dendro Archon?
You two are pretty sharp. No, I don't have anything against the Dendro Archon. I've heard a lot of nice things about the Lesser Lord from Dunyarzad. I can understand her devotion. Dunyarzad's just an ordinary person. There's no way a god would be so involved in the lives of everyday people. I've begun to realize that the sages are behind everything that's happened recently. The radicals' blind belief in the Scarlet King, making the Dendro Archon out to be an— But I see through it all. And unlike them, I can never be hostile towards anyone who's never done anything wrong.
Подожди, в смысле, какое копье у тебя двуручник?
Anyway, looks like we're done with business here. Traveler, lend me a hand.
Мне кажется, локализаторы что-то болт подзабили, да?
This should be all of them. I'll let you—
All right. I'll be in touch.
Candace, do you need it?
Candace will be okay on her own. She's been guarding Aru village for quite some time now. If anyone is qualified to question the offenders—
While I'm questioning them, why don't you pass some time by exploring the area?
Что, будут пытки водой?
I'll meet you back here tomorrow morning, traveler.
Там звуки капающей воды, накачивание допрошаемого водой до состояния бочки. Все, вот это вот, да?
Hey, Dia!
on time.
Интересный этот подсвечник, скажем так.
Paimon's been wondering. You seem to know Candace pretty.
We've known each other for some time now. She's a pretty interesting person. Even though she's an extremely strong warrior, she never misses.
Oh, Paimon knows what you mean. Like a lot of martial artists say, never take the fight outside.
Все-таки полным кулинометром и лайфхаками садово-огороднической направленности.
Yep, I guess you can put it that way. It takes
Как
strong
вариант.
convictions to be as dedicated as she is, and shoulder that kind of responsibility. Us mercs, on the other hand, we pretty much...
Well, Paimon thinks you're great too.
Really?
Oh, Sino's here.
Yes, I was here yesterday to help out a little.
Опять в собачку превращался.
By doing what?
Sharing some interrogation techniques.
В собачку превращался.
You mean...
Right.
Come on in, everyone.
Come on, let's go inside.
Глаза! Иди сюда, за ушком почешу. Ну, то есть они зашли, а меня оставили на улице, да? Вот для чего? Для чего вот это? Почему нельзя было прогрузить меня в другую локацию во время кат-сцены?
You look furious.
Do I? Huh. Oh, there's no mask that can hide true bloodlust. Cover up your eyes, and it'll still show.
Perhaps I need to work on my composure. Still, it's perfectly understandable why I'm...
Yes. Please, don't beat us anymore.
Well, looks like Sino taught her well.
You fear death yourselves, yet you do not hesitate to place the lives of others. The ones you call mad scholars are known to us as the village keepers. They are vital members of our community, and some even count them as... You come here to my village, and you treat my people as nothing more than stepping stones towards your goal.
Mercy! Please have mercy!
You've made your bed. We may both be desert dwellers, but there is one thing that I understand better than you. The resurrection of the Scarlet King will only result in war. The people of Aru Village care little about which god is in power. Life may be tough and tiring, but we wish to... A war would only cause us to lose all that we have.
We understand. We're sorry. I'll tell you everything I know. Please, just let us go.
I'm listening.
You might not believe this, but it wasn't us who came up with this idea. Someone was spreading rumors in the tavern. Some mystery man told us that mad scholars will make the perfect sacrifice to usher in the Scarlet King's resurrection.
They're called village keepers. Slip up again, and you'll regret it.
Yes, sorry. It was all that mystery man's doing. He told us to spread word about the Scarlet King's resurrection and talked us into helping him. In return, he said, I'm not sure.
That's one.
Huh? One what?
Strike. You get a total of 3. Then, you die.
Wait, I'm telling the truth. We don't... He got us to lure them out of their houses in the night with some kind of incense. We take them to a junction outside the village. Then... You gotta believe me, please. I'm telling the truth, I swear.
That was indeed the truth. Traveler, go on.
Вот была интересная ночка, наполненная экспериментами.
You have to believe me. If I knew that, I would have told you his name right away. That guy, he wears a cloak, and he's always careful to cover his face.
I believe I may know what's going on.
Uncle Anpu? What?
Smooth.
Triple kill.
If my suspicions are correct, this mystery man... Some time ago, people from the academia attempted to take the village keepers away. It strikes me now that this secretive
Which means it's highly likely that the academia was purposely spreading a false rumor to trick... They were the ones who brought them here to begin with. Now...
Not the academia again.
Just as I thought, but what could they want with the village keepers?
People are nothing but tools in the eyes of the academia. A change in their regardless. Our top priority now is locating the village keeper.
You're right. Isaka's time to go. Let's leave the village and try to track them down.
Yes. Pack up and get ready to leave.
You got it. Candace, I'll let you deal with the radicals. Leave everything outside the All right.
Let's meet back here once everyone's ready.
Почему я в открытый мир гружусь быстрее, чем в закрытую локацию?
Let's get some food in us and then we'll... Whoa! Where did you come from?
Well, as you can see, I am merely sitting here and reviewing what we have done.
You were gone for ages! And now you're suddenly sitting here Hey, what's with the...
You never think things through before asking questions.
Paimon's so mad! Paimon's gonna give you an ugly nickname! Never mind. Paimon's got nothing. There's just nothing super obvious to pick with this guy.
Well, you've heard nothing to suggest I left this whole time. So, anyway, you plan to leave Aruville?
Yep. We're not gonna find out anything more by staying... Enough with the silent treatment!
No. I'm just surprised that you decided to team up.
All Haytham. You haven't helped us out at all ever since we arrived at Aru Village. Bold of you to question our choices.
Yeah, you're all tough.
While you were investigating, I had my...
Really?
To be honest, we aren't really a team, so I have no obligation. Not to mention that going separate ways allowed me to find some important information.
Right?
Correct.
What did you learn?
I'm going to take you to someone. But before that, you need...
What is that?
How do you think the residents of Aru Village feel about what we're doing? In other words, do you truly believe every single word the village...
You mean, some of them...
Hiding the truth does not necessarily equate to lying. Remember what Candace said? Most people in Aru Village don't necessarily care which deity is in charge of Sumeru. That's because whether the Scarlet King or the... By contrast, the perils of their daily lives are ever-present concerns. They won't simply share everything they know with you without good reason. That's why glad you're following along. Among those you have talked to, there's someone who was consciously keeping you out of the loop. In fact, she's been observing your every move, the reason being, to someone who only wants to live their life in peace, any...
Those eyes. Those fierce eyes. You...
Don't change the subject.
It's quite obvious that she's intimidated by Sino's authority and strength.
Right. You were asking about the the mad scholars.
She corrected herself mid-sentence because she's aware that there are Scarlet King fanatics in the village. If she sounds too friendly towards the village keepers, she could easily make herself the radicals' next target.
I think it's been a few days since I last saw them. I usually go to bed pretty early, so...
Remember? She made a point of denying her involvement in anything that occurs at...
But honestly, I feel quite sympathetic towards them. Even though they act a little strange, they've helped me in the past.
After speaking to the village chief, it became clear that the village keepers had protected Aru Village at night. In other words, the young miss was very...
Then why would...
By getting involved with an outsider, she risks drawing unwanted attention to herself. As for why she might be so wary about all this...
I'll pass on this one. You said that she is afraid of me. If so, it's best...
We're on it!
Next on the agenda.
Привет. Норм пока М4 Pro 4G 8260 FPS. Слушай, да хрен его знает. Наверное, да. Все зависит от того, какое там железо стоит.
Mr. Alhaitham,
Ну, то есть, понимаешь, показатель оперативы и общей памяти это еще ничего не значит. Если там из процов какой-нибудь медиатек стоит, то нет, конечно, не норм.
Go ahead and talk to her. You'll get the answers you want. Go on. Earn her.
Is it really that simple?
May I call you Traveler? Hi, Traveler. Do you think the resurrection of the Scarlet King can truly change Sumeru for the better? Why's that? That's very similar to what Miss Candace says. I know you two are friends. That's why I'm willing to talk to you. Before, I wouldn't even have the courage to ask something like that. Traveler, do you believe our lives will get better?
Yeah! We came here from another nation, so it isn't wrong, but even so, we've met lots of people from different places. We have friends in Sumeru, and we want to help them. That's why we decided to...
I want to trust you. My apologies for posing my questions like that. To be honest, I didn't expect you to come back for more information.
Oh, Hatham told us you have your reasons. It's okay.
The fact is that only one side of my family is desert folk. I don't really fit in anywhere. Some believe in the Dendro Archon, while others believe in the Scarlet King. I don't believe...
Speaking of which, the radicals mentioned that they despise traitors. Do they just think that...
Yeah. Some people can be so narrow-minded when it comes to bloodline and beliefs. It makes no difference what I say. Slowly, I just stopped talking to people. I pretended not to hear, and then it happened. The village keepers who had helped me disappeared with no explanation, and I didn't dare breathe a word about it to anyone.
You can tell them. I'm sure she'll keep your secret.
All right. I actually have a sharper sense of hearing than most. Sometimes... Perhaps. I'm not sure. It's faint, but it's definitely the sound of crying. It used to be louder and more frequent. But ever since you arrived in the village, it doesn't seem to happen as often. And when it does...
I confirmed this with the guards on night duty. They also have someone with a good ear, and he's heard similar sounds at night. But, because we're in the middle of a desert, he would rather believe that they are the cries of beasts than go-
There's really nothing around these parts, except for an old hospital.
I think they used to use it for treating Elazar, but it's been abandoned for years.
Yeah, let's go!
И что у нас? Там сидит какая-нибудь недолеченная мадама. Которую мы сейчас будем долечивать. Отдайте бабочку. Не нравится мне, если честно, вот этот вот пустынный интерфейсик. Как-то слишком одноцветно. Я понимаю, что, конечно, требовать от пустыни ярких красок это такое себе. Но все-таки как-то все прям, ну, слишком. Ну, давайте не будем, а? Но мы же все нормальные, адекватные, живые люди. Зачем вы лезете умирать? А где? Давай, до свидания. О, ты смотри, зарядил. разрывную. Давайте-ка подхилимся. Так, ну наверху ничего нету. Следовательно, искать надо где-то здесь. А, ну вот же. Мне кажется, тут что-то должно провалиться, нет? Судя вон по той дыре, из-за которой что-то видно. О! Друзья-чучурлики. Так. Одного сшибли, второго сшибли. Блять, на дереве застрял, скотина. О, привет. Чё-то ты какой-то запоздалый. Эй-эй-эй. Эй-эй-эй-эй-эй. Ну что ты такое делаешь-то, а?
Serious. We gotta stay on our A game too.
This is the one.
Ну вот. Мне даже колей доставать не пришлось.
Let's go in and take. Patience. Shawnee says she only hears the crying at night. We have time to burn until then.
Что он сядет и начнет читать? А, ну, или еще. Да. Он мне напоминает этого.
Okay, sure.
Which is the positional propensity of an entity in natural motion in contrast with an object in forced motion? Huh? When free from external influences, every entity displays the tendency to follow its natural trajectory?
So, you got that?
Oh, Paimon gives up. You keep reading your book. See ya.
Когда дали гуманитарию почитать техническую литературу.
Hey, Paimon's your Tibet travel guide. Paimon knows plenty of useful stuff already.
Угу.
And anyway, it's not Paimon's fault that the books people read in Sumeru are so complicated. Paimon's getting so sleepy. Huh? What was that sound?
There it is. It's coming from that direction.
Is the sound coming from here? Huh. Paimon's not seeing anything.
А то есть вот этот вот люк прикрытый никого не напрягает, да?
It's from below. Something is off about the interior here.
Удивительно.
As I thought. There...
Wow. It's like they tucked another Oh, it looks like there are other
Ну а вы что хотите? Чтобы в психушке не было еще скрытой психушки? Где проводили страшные эксперименты над больными. Да здравствует Outlast. Ну вот тут по-любому что-то будет. Ага, вот первый. Привет, ребятки. О, смотри, какой пернатый.
Next on the agenda. Blaze over. Shadow race.
Эй, ты. Мастер таранов. Что, у тебя настолько тяжелая голова, что ты летать не умеешь? Жаль, а все твои собратья умеют. Но ничего, я тебе помогу. О, смотри. Летающего позвали. Вот же жопа бронированная, а. Так, мне нужно менять отряд. Мне нужно менять отряд. И, судя по всему, на ближайшее время. Так, по ХП у меня у всех все хорошо, поэтому... Отряд. Уберем из него Барбару. И возьмем Колей. Так, где еще найти? Так, ну нет, это мы уже вышли за пределы. Мне бы куда-нибудь повыше забраться. А, ну вот еще один уже стоит, смотри. И мне кажется, есть у меня одно подозрение. Нет, не работает. Эх, а были такие надежды. Может, на крыше где? Не просто же так там. Эта фигня была. Да, вот он. А с этой стороны есть что-нибудь? Нет, ничего нет. Опа. Здрасте. А это что за псевдодинозавр летающий? И почему меня лишили лута? Так, теперь можно назад отряд поменять. Так, где Барбара? Опа. Вот тогда. Пациент Аббас, мужчина 23-го года, имеет родинку на левой стороне лба, левша, пока его состояние остается очень тяжелым. Вероятность выжить без помощи медицинского персонала мала. Безопасность жизни больного. Как только будет известно, необходимо немедленно об этом сообщить. Не отчаивайтесь, сохраните оптимизм. Знайте, что божество наблюдает за нами, поэтому не сдавайтесь. Хорошо питайтесь, регулярно отдыхайте и оставайтесь в хорошем настроении. Понедельник. Мятно-фасолевый суп. Тахчин на обед. Креветки в соусе карри и пани-пури на ужин. Вторник. Салат бирьянин. Салат бирьянин на обед. Рыба в сливочном соусе. Картофельная лодочка на ужин. Среда. Шакшука. Фасолевый пирог на обед. А без ужина остальное не заполнено. Я же жрать захотел, нельзя так. Дежурство на этой неделе. Старая ваза.
Look, there's someone over. Good idea. Let's approach him slowly.
Wait.
А почему он не рыдает-то?
You're...
He can't speak, and his eyes are unfocused. But he looks too young to be anyone's grandfather. Also, why is he the...
Didn't expect to see him here.
You know him?
He's Razak, a senior of mine at the academy.
He's a scholar too? Is he the kind that holds up in a...
No. And Razak was never involved in any of those things. He never trained in the forest, let alone reach Satyavada life. Leaving that question aside for the moment, him being here looks like they've already taken everyone away. For whatever reason, they left Razak here. Perhaps they simply didn't have time to come back for him. There are drag marks on the ground. They're clearer by the doorway. Someone was forcefully drawing a cart that was loaded with something heavy.
Loaded with...
That is one possibility. It looks like they were in a hurry. The symptoms are identical. Looks like...
Huh?
Allow me to jog your memory. Don't you think his symptoms look familiar?
Oh, now that you mention...
Correct. The academia, it isn't difficult to deduce their rationale. First, the academia spread a false rumor of the Scarlet King's resurrection, emphasizing the role of the village. These rumors were all the persuasion that the radicals needed, and those based in Aru village leapt into action. As well as being able to exploit the radicals for their own ends, this scheme has one further advantage to the academia. All the life for the desert dwellers has been brutal ever since the Scarlet King's death all those years ago. But many would give everything they have for the prospect of something better. Even if complications arise, people will see that those involved are all followers of the Scarlet King and look for no further explanation than differences of belief. A deep-seated mistrust of the desert and everyone in it by the rest of Sumeru will make the notion of an academia plot wouldn't even cross their minds. It may seem like a simple strategy, but it is a—
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. It's in line with the village, but there's still one very important question. Wasn't it the academia that brought the
Throughout this process, one thing has changed. First, they were scholars. Then, they became lunatics. After that, they were— An exile is still patently a living, breathing human being. But when someone becomes a missing person, if you can't find someone, you have no way of knowing what exactly happened to them. That
resource?
One possibility is that the information in their brains could be extracted into knowledge capsules.
Extracted? You mean...
With the technology of the Sumeru Academia, perhaps the process caused them great suffering, which is why they cry out in the dead of night, when no one is watching them.
So, the human brain... Nope, nah.
I'm the Academia scribe, after all. I'm familiar. Anyway, judging by
Пипец
Razak's state,
какой-то.
the contents of a divine knowledge capsule were extracted from his mind. But something went wrong in the process. Or perhaps his curiosity got the better of him.
Hyman's a little confused. Can they just use any...
The look on your face tells me you've realized the answer. That's right. To some scholars, gaining knowledge about the gods is their entire life's pursuit. However, I can't help but wonder. The academia is going out of their way to look for forbidden knowledge. But I've spent quite some time trying to analyze the contents of the divine knowledge capsule, but to no avail.
You mean you're not even slightly interested in getting...
All scholars seek to expand the horizons of knowledge, but I'm not particularly interested in gods, so I don't share extracting information from people as if they were lifeless objects. If this is the direction of academic progress, then the academia may as well shut its doors.
Sounds like you're really against all this.
То есть Архонт, типа, ну, походу.
Of course. The academia's actions run contrary to their rules. Whether it be academics or knowledge, everything has its boundaries. If those lines are crossed, the rules and order that govern this matter needs to be corrected. Just like fixing a typo.
Я все-таки не готов с Андреем согласиться по поводу того, что Сумера — это страна магии. Нет, это все-таки больше страна технологий. И Архонта они пытаются себе создать тоже технологичного. Недаром же этот Сукурю-Мучу, или как там его зовут, в башке робота сидит. Трубками какими-то подключенный. Типа они хотят создать своего Архонта а-ля прогресс технологии. Я подозреваю, что как-то это так будет.
Not to be callous, but no. My criteria are there is no shortage of suffering in Sumeru, and the same can be said for the rest of Teyvat as well. What do you plan to do?
Probably not. Paimon...
You can say that. Simply put, I don't blindly place my faith into strength or heroism. The divine knowledge capsule is something I want to investigate in full. That doesn't mean I'm willing to take action for the sake of a few strangers.
Я бы сказал, что лес Сумера магическая часть, а вот сам город через технологии. Но не вижу я тут магии, понимаете? Не вижу.
Hyman's been wanting to say this for a while. There are a lot of bad guys in the academia, but
Though I must say, like, uniqueness is also an asset.
wow, that's a great way to think about it. Hyman's really impressed. If
I'm just a more likable person than her in general. There's no... He won't last long if we leave him here. Let's take it. We'll work out our next step after...
О, потертый ключ. Ключ, украденный хорьком в маске. Вот это похоже на врата Возрождения из данжи, кстати. И меня все еще интересует, куда ведет та дыра в полу, которая засыпана. Сумера — это же не только город. Я понимаю, что Сумера — это не только город, но все-таки. А где следы? А, ну вот эти вот следы, вот он видел. В шкафу полно тетрадей, вы осматриваете их. Похоже, это больничные документы, вроде медицинских карт и бухгалтерских ведомостей. Вы разочарованно закрываете шкаф. Аббас, полумужской, род занятий фермер, основные... Основные сведения при поступлении в больницу: чешуйчатые коросты на коже тела и конечности, многочисленные язвы на спине, груди и других местах. Наблюдается общая усталость и плохая подвижность. Сознание ясно, нервное истощение, плохой сон и аппетит, лечащий врат Амуди. Состояние на первой неделе госпитализации. На коже тела конечности появились новые коросты, язвы увеличились, левая рука почти неподвижна, сопровождается болью. Сознание ясно, нервное истощение, плохой сон и аппетит. Состояние на третьей неделе. Госпитальные чешуйчатые покрыли все тело, в множественных язвах начался некроз, пациент впал в кому. Нормально. 9-я неделя госпиталя. Удалось взять под эффективный контроль. Некроз ясно. На теле не появляются новые коросты, пациент находится в коме. Состояние на 15-й неделе госпитализации. Смена лечения не дала результата. Рана не зажила даже через длительное время. На теле не появляются новые коросты, общая усталость, пациент не может самостоятельно брать предметы, присутствует высокая температура и тошнота. Сознание ясное, нервное истощение, плохой сон и неспособность питаться. Состояние на 21-й неделе. Удалось взять под контроль коросты по всему телу. Восстановлена функция новой конечности. Пациент кашляет, кровь, теряет сознание. Состояние ясное, хорошее психическое состояние, сон и аппетит прекрасный. Состояние после 20 недель лечения, новая кожа и новая левая рука объекта номер 4 хорошо восстановились. Изменения в аппетите и сне нет. Психическое состояние колеблется за пределами нормы. Было несколько попыток покинуть медицинскую зону. Голос Бога ведет меня. Было причиной такого поведения. Полагаю, что объект склонен к бредовым идеям. Кроме того, так называемый голос Бога, описанный в показаниях, невозможно связать с феноменом резонансных вибраций во внутренней структуре дюн. Это необходимо исследовать, чтобы установить неконтролируемое беспокойство. Необходимо усилить уход. Программа лечения. Вторая фаза испытаний начинает приносить результаты. Следующий этап. Данные удалены. К представили органы объекта 4, данные удалены, подвергнуты тщательному исследованию. Объект 3 — лучший материал для третьей фазы испытания. Перед выполнением, во время процесса непрерывная рвота и кожа были нормальным явлением. Объект номер 4 должен быть подготовлен заранее и поддерживать циркуляцию. После завершения основной операции необходимо наблюдать за объектом в течение 1 недели. Если наблюдается нормальная физиологическая активность органов, снижается скорость распространения корроз на поверхности тела и восстанавливается функция конечностей. Можно начинать следующую фазу испытания. Примечание врача. У всех объектов есть одна общая черта: количество элементов в организме было на аномально высоком уровне и положительно коррелировало с тяжестью заболевания. После испытания количество элементов в организме снизилось, а объекты заметили смягчение симптомов. Разумеется, разумно предположить, что существует причинно-следственная связь между количеством элементов и так называемым элиазаром. Следует провести более контролируемые испытания, чтобы исключить лишние факторы. Процесс обогащения элементами может быть динамически устойчив после завершения ранних экспериментов, в течение короткого периода времени физические показатели объекта 1 пришли к норме. Блядь, да что же это такое-то? На более высоких стадиях из-за того, что не завершен, количество элементов в теле объекта восстановилось, и симптомы усилились, что привело к тому, что образца 1 нельзя было использовать как материал. Полученная информация. Необходимо подготовиться к продолжительному эксперименту. А вот этот данные удалены, врач, скорее всего, доторы, как я понимаю. Скорее всего. Пока симптомы болезни объекта не стабилизируются, нельзя останавливать. Из-за характера эксперимента необходимо найти способ стабилизации настроения объекта. Можно попробовать удалить что-то там. Благодаря новому методу скорость отторжения материала была значительно снижена. У объектов 2 и 3 появилась психическая неустойчивость из-за ассоциативных связей с фундаментальными качествами и чего-то там еще. Как правило, болезнь считали божественным наказанием, следовательно, рассматривая богохульство в качестве лечения. Это очень интересная мысль. Изучение нейросимуляции и получение когнитивных изменений. Блять, меня это усыпляет. Может стать предметом будущих исследований. Из-за вышеупомянутого неконтролируемых переменных они, к сожалению, остановились на второй стадии. Тем не менее, материалы, представленные этими двумя объектами, были самыми качественными. Разумно полагать, что идеальные показатели объекта 4 связаны с качеством материала, предоставленным этими двумя объектами. В конечном счете, это еще из ЦП не читал. Пизда. Разумно полагать, В конечном счете, после того, как был завершен трехэтапный эксперимент, симптомы объекта 4 полностью исчезли, доказывая, что можно использовать для контроля содержания элементов в теле человека, не полагаясь на силу элементов, обладает потенциалом для использования в вооружении. В будущем необходимо увеличить обсуждение исследований люди имеют неограниченный потенциал. Может быть, для меня, как ученого, будет глупо это написать, но с достаточным количеством информации я бы мог достичь, как говорится, уровня Бога. Нет, это все-таки не сносится. Это прям какой-то... Ну нет, я еще раз говорю, это все-таки не магия, это больше технология. Видите, эксперименты над людьми, то есть вещества какие-то. Нет, тут магией не пахнет. Пес и его свита.
You must be tired. You should rest.
What's the situation?
Hmm?
Unfortunately, somebody who's too young to take on the role of Isak's grandfather.
Маловероятно.
At one point in time, the abandoned Elazar Hospital served as the Academia's site for...
Yep, pretty much.
Their plan must have been implemented at some point before we arrived at Aru Village, since divine cant and knowledge has been in circulation for... Yet, they fled once we were headed to the village.
Yeah.
We may have a mole in our midst. One of us could be secretly revealing our whereabouts to the Academia.
Да, это пойман.
Looks like none of you have realized wherein lies Sino. You're the reason why they can predict our movement.
Wait, what's that supposed to mean?
Choose your next words very carefully.
It is simply a logical inference. I have my reasons.
So what you're saying is interesting. And here I thought you were the most suspicious.
I know. You have a point. But I realized something as we were returning from the hospital. Sino isn't like any of us.
What are you trying to say?
Do you still remember who you are, General Mahamatra? As a Matra, you are no doubt privy to certain kinds of information. Before you can take action against someone, you are required to have all the facts. Simply put, the Academia has traditionally allowed you access to a wealth of sensitive information. Knowing their modus operandi, if you want to raise a vicious wolf, you need to make sure that you can avoid its bite.
The Academia is...
It's not that simple. The Academia has eyes all over Sumeru, but they have every so often comes a Nyagarbaha day. On this day, the Academia enters new information into the Akasha through knowledge capsules. I remember seeing a thick notebook next to the control panel once. Its contents were all about the General Mahamatra, his activities throughout the day.
You're saying that the Academia entered my information into the Akasha too? But what's the point in doing that?
The Akasha is capable of computation. The Akasha's algorithms are entirely capable of predicting your movements using the data entered. When you would depart,
it predicted my every move.
The Academia has been watching you longer than you think.
So that's how it is. Sino adheres to his principles so strongly that he's actually a thorn. Tenacity of will and steadfast faith are worthless to the Academia. They need scholars who are easily pliable. Sino, don't take it to heart. This just...
They escaped because of me.
Don't blame yourself. It's not like any of us would have known.
I have an idea. If they predicted my movements, then I might be able to guess where they...
Whoa, you bound.
There is always an opportunity for safety.
Oh, so that's how it is! If the Academia is trying to avoid... Yep, that's...
They'll want to proceed in the direction opposite of where I'm going. I must go.
Да, теперь ты должен вести себя нелогично. Иди на сцену крышу Академии, например.
There's also something I want to investigate.
Let's go, guys! After him!
Please, wait! I want to go too!
Сиди, мелочь пузатая.
You want to go too?
I want to find Grandpa. I promise.
Everyone, I leave him in your hands.
Девка, ты серьезно? Мы идем в самое опасное пекло, где куча безумцев и куча всяких дураков, которые этих безумцев воруют и хотят нас убить, а мы возьмем ребенка с собой. Вы, вашу мать, серьезно? В смысле, следуйте за Сайна? А куда за ним следовать-то? Я, в принципе, надеялся, что это все, это будет конец квеста, и мы сможем благополучно пойти нахер. Тебе лишь бы нахер пойти. Да.
Go from here.
Yes. After leaving the village, we should head straight toward the desert.
I know the desert like the back of my hand. Is that because you play here a lot? Yep. One time, Grandpa
Так,
almost got
а
lost
если
in the
я
desert.
сейчас возьму и свинчу куда-нибудь? Ладно, я не буду этого делать. Да пошли, пошли, иди вперед, песик. Давай, рядом, рядом.
There's something here. What's this?
It's buried in the sand. Looks like...
And Paimon thought running around everywhere was already enough work.
Можно будет все время прямо.
Okay. So, we have to dig it.
These are likely fragments of an academia-developed device, something akin to a headset.
А ты прозорлив.
Looks like there were more than one village keeper. They must have been escorted this way because there are device fragments. Let's split up and search the area.
А теперь в песочнице покопаем.
Is this what we're searching?
This is definitely a device used to extract divine...
How did it end up buried in the sand? That can't have been part of the They must have been attacked.
Wait, what? Grandpa, I hope you're okay. Don't worry. Your grandpa's gonna be...
Razak didn't display any signs of starvation or dehydration, which means that they left fairly recently.
We should be able to catch up.
One more thing. Given that the device had been in... I believe the attack must have happened prior to the sandstorm.
Let's keep going. They can't have gone far.
А касточку-то можно забрать?
But running on sand is so tiring.
А симпатичная.
But you're flying, aren't you, Paimon? Is flying over sand tiring too? Of course it is!
Voices, over there. It sounds like an argument.
Там голоса, кто-то ссорится. Ваф-ваф. Что, все?
Don't get any closer.
То есть есть сущность просыпается?
Dia's talking with the Eremites? Very interesting. Let's listen in.
If you had informed me sooner, there'd be plenty of room for us to...
You're one of us. We would never lie.
Scholars. You don't know as much as I do. Need me to...
I knew it. That's our Dia.
Dia? Why would you...
Спасибо.
Dia! Hey, what are you doing?
Ага, понятно. Крайне своевременно, я бы сказал.
Huh? Didn't you say you'd help me find Grandpa?
Well, look...
This complicates things.
You've betrayed Aru village?
So, this is the great General Mahamatra. Dear, you'd be better off as my assistant than hanging around with this motley crew. Seen for yourself. I have the means...
I'm not the type that's easily swayed, Raman. You of all people should know that.
Wait, what's going on, Dia? Whose side are you on here?
Shut it, Paimon.
It doesn't matter. Whichever side you pick, nothing could deter us from the grand mission of resurrecting the Scarlet King. Once our Lord of
Face the facts, Raman. It's not gonna happen. You should understand that more than anyone.
I'm a desert dweller and a proud follower of the Scarlet King. Whether I live by the edge of the sword or in peaceful...
It's not too late yet. The village mad scholars aren't gonna bring the Scarlet King back to life.
You don't understand, my dear lady. Pursuing our faith is our purpose in life.
Even if it'll expose you to the academia? Even if they end up disbanding the Eremites? Your Eremites, which you've worked...
Yes. We've waited a long time for this day to come. The sun and the moon no longer shine here. With these scholars in our custody, we'll stomp the Academia's forces and fight our way beyond the wall.
Ridiculous. Think about it. The Academia controls the entirety of Sumeru. If you still don't believe me, then try asking these two men. They're also against the Academia, but
They look more like pawns of the Academia to me. Why would I listen to anything the people of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata have to say? Filthy traitors. Your god abandoned all honor and betrayed the Scarlet King. We desert dwellers will
А
never...
нам, кстати, так и не рассказали, в чем именно она его предала.
It's impossible to communicate with someone so hostile. Perhaps we should...
Do you really believe that by kidnapping the scholars, you'll be able to negotiate with the Academia? These people have no value as bargaining chips. But I could be persuaded to take their place as your next hostage. These scholars were exiled from the Academia. I, on the other hand...
Wait, you can't be serious.
So, you want to trade places with the hostages, do you?
Precisely. Any wise person would...
What are you thinking? What if they decide to kill you instead?
Well, that would be bad luck for me. However, I'd get the chance to observe the scholars. Perhaps even...
Think you can talk me over with that confident look of yours?
I'm not trying to persuade you. I'm using this as a means of joining forces against the Academia.
You are the scribe. What do you have against the
Not all desert dwellers believe in the Scarlet King, and the same applies to the Academia. Why must all knowledge seekers...
You Academia scum. Every last one of you is nothing but a hypocrite, just like everyone else on the other...
Not so fast. I'll hate them. Do you stand by everything you just said?
I never make empty...
You know you're making a dangerous decision.
I do.
Good. Raman, hear me out. These people are my friends. Maybe you can't take the follow...
We've known each other for years.
In that case, I'm willing to vouch for their honesty with my right arm. Come on, Raman, don't be a coward. If you're serious about taking on the Academia, you need to steel yourself. You can't...
An arm from the Flame Mane. You've piqued my interest. But what if you refuse to oblige? What should I do then? No one's a fool here, Dia. We're merc.
You're not wrong, but this is different. I promised my friends that we'd bring back the village keepers together.
Let's do it right here then. Give me your right arm as proof of your resolve.
Don't listen to him! He's not even trying to negotiate!
That's fine.
Are you crazy?
We came here to save lives. One arm for that many people is still a pretty good deal, if you ask me. Raman, I'm holding up my...
Sure. Go ahead and cut off her right arm.
No! Dia! What are you gonna do? Think of something!
You don't have to go this far.
That's not for you to decide.
Do it! Stop!
What's wrong? Can't do it?
Flame Mane, you and I are both desert folk. Cutting off your arm is no different than... You've shown me that you're serious. Go on now, take your friends and...
А вот этот куст вот очень нужен был, да?
was really counting on him not going through with it.
Тиките ему, пожалуйста.
Then I just have to hold my claymore with my left arm. Okay, I'm sorry. But sometimes when you're out on a limb, you gotta double down to seal.
Don't ever make a promise like that again. I can deal with the likes of... If it came down to it, you would not...
I don't doubt it, Sino. But this is about more than me and them. There's a lot more where they can. Even if we got rid of one bunch of radicals, there are others out there. Wipe it.
As you...
I'm sorry, Dia. I should have stayed put and listened.
It's okay. I promised you I'd help find your grandpa.
Whatever it takes? You just might be scholar material.
Huh? Are you serious?
The Eremites once said that I was a lunatic. Perhaps a little madness is essential to be successful in...
Why does it feel like he's using his praise for me as an excuse to brag about himself? Okay, let's get moving. We should head back to the village and rest up.
Да, господи, можно уже финал? Сколько у нас, кстати, квесту-то идет? Так, завершенные. А что, он типа разворачиваться не будет? Странно. Обычно он разворачивается, там показывает, сколько квестов, отметок было. Но я думаю, конец уже где-то близок. Я думаю, конец уже где-то близок. Хотя, знаете, нет, давайте, наверное, мы остановимся здесь. Не будем мы дальше проходить. Хотя и время, наверное, мотать смысла нет. Ладно. Не знаю, я просто думал, что после возвращения с больницы у нас закончится все. Но тут нас послали в пустыню. Я сомневаюсь, что... Что после вот этого обмена у нас сейчас все закончится.
You're all here so early.
Looks like we have everyone here. Isak, are you sure you want to come with us?
I'll watch from a safe distance. Dia, I want to be there to bring Grandpa.
Okay.
Ты хочешь сходить нахрен, парень?
Dia, wait.
What's the matter?
I heard that you were quite reckless yesterday. No more of that today, understood? Or I'll be very upset with you.
Fine.
Просто так. А то я рассержусь. Не делай так больше. Ни хурма себе меня отправляют. А поближе ничего найти нельзя было? Все-таки водой сделают. Ну да. Это она может. Так, ну что, нам, по сути, тупо вперед двигаться и все. Нам больше ничего не остается. Тут есть телепорт, но он, я подозреваю, где-то прям на самом верху. Смотри-ка, ветряные потоки. Ну, нам, по сути, вон... Спасибо. Очень вовремя у меня закончилась выносливость. Ну, или как сову на глобус натянет. Даже знать не хочу, на что она будет ее натягивать. А, это все? Я думал, меня повыше поднимут. Мужики, а вы что тут стоите? И что вот это за хероборина? Я бы на самом деле предпочел, чтобы вы между собой еще подрались. Да отвяжись ты от меня, мудак. Греются снежные, знаешь ли, холодно. Не каждый раз отправляют в теплые регионы. Ну да, тут ты... Тут ты прав. Причем, судя по всему, греются, не снимая своих шерстяных форм. И меня все-таки интересует, что вот это такое. Ладно. Так сказали бы сразу, что не моего ума дело. Ну, полагаю, что кучу песка надо развеять ветром. Ладно, я не хочу сейчас доставать аниме-персонажа. Похоже на кусок головоломки, который огнем зажигать надо было. И это-то понятно, что оно похоже. Но, видишь, оно расковато. Какой настырный, а? Мне нравятся следы на песке, как остаются. По-хорошему уйти вправо и вон там залезть. Это что, горящий факел в середине дня в пустыне? Ну да. Ну что? Ну что ты, горящий факел в середине дня в пустыне не видал? Андрей, ну в конце-то концов. Гробница царя Дешрета. У меня есть что-нибудь? Да, у меня есть. Можно вкинуть. А, то есть вот это вот чудная Хироборина, это и есть его гробница. Это, конечно, было логично. Но звездовать нам, я так понимаю, еще далеко. Ладно. Дали бы хоть какого-нибудь, я не знаю, коня, что ли, чтобы по пустыне скакать. Волнохода же для воды вы придумали? Почему нельзя было как в Зельде сделать? О. Здравствуйте. Хотел эксперимент провести. На тебе, пожалуйста, ачивку получил. Так, ну вот это вот вражина, насколько я... Да, это вражина. А еще здесь хреновая погода. Ну, как минимум, мне она точно не нравится. А данж где-то под землей. Не на поверхности. Нет, я как бы нормальный человек, я в пустыню не ногой. Ну что? Что сразу? Так. Тебя кто просил присаживаться, сволочь? О, скоробей. А ну иди сюда. Говорят, он на Сайну нужен. Блять, я же до пустыни дошел. Теперь ко мне будет Кири приставать со всякими предложениями. А давай я к тебе в мир приду, а давай я у тебя скоробеев попылесошу. Они ж тебе все равно один хер не нужны. Сейчас начнется вот это вот все. Это что, рад скорпионы? Судя по всему, да. У меня только один вопрос. А почему мы идем за гробницу? То есть, ну, по сути, всех этих ученых должны были вести в гробницу, чтобы их там, соответственно, сделать с ними все вот это нехорошее. Отстань. Не до тебя сейчас. Так, тут есть где точка телепорта какая-нибудь? Да, вон там справа. Надо все-таки сделать крюк и добежать до нее. Вон она торчит из-под земли. Тут фатуйский караван. Так, вот тут вот. Не понял. Я же видел потоки ветра. Так. Чё, я сейчас навернусь. Вот. Что? Так, погоди. Это, вашу мать, как понимать? Это что за лестница в небесах? Хотя бы вот этих точек, что ли, побольше раскидывали. Так, ты давай щемись отсюда. Мне надо забрать вот этот вот дендрокл. Ага, здравствуйте. Я так полагаю, сверху тут тоже ничего себе такой потолок будет, да? И тут часы какие-то. Ну, естественно. И вот эта кнопка, конечно же, тоже тут за стенкой, да? Нет, смотри. Как все интересно. Аж не могу. Ну и судя по наличию вот тут таких же часиков. Загадочный пульт управления. В руинах царя Деширета вам встретятся постаменты тайных обрядов. Используйте их, чтобы управлять определенными механизмами в руинах. Загадочный пульт управления. Однако вам понадобится особенная власть, чтобы использовать эти постаменты. Первозданная конструкция. Семена Трияны. А вот это вот, кстати, семена мы возле сундука там видели. Как у созданий Трилакшаны есть обычная обожженная и оживленная форма. Семена Трияты способны обнаруживать скрытые объекты и обладают схожим состоянием. Будучи обожженными, они останавливаются в нормальном состоянии, продолжают двигаться по пути. Если оживить их с помощью электро, они будут выпускать еще больше импульс истины. То есть это вот нам надо было к той... ну это вот как раз-таки та самая хрень, на которую нам не хватает власти. Наконец-то добрались.
They got here before us.
Uh-oh. Is it because Paimon overslept by 5 minutes and held everyone up?
Is everything ready?
Absolutely. Although you brought fewer people than I imagined.
Bring him over.
Grandpa! Why is there only...
Raman, I've always thought of you as a man of his word.
It's a one-for-one exchange. Sounds fair, don't you think? And let me put it this way. Agreeing to any kind of deal with the Dendro Archon's people is already a huge compromise on my part. Don't you think you've...
Все-таки надо было дать им люлей.
You stay right there.
What do you think you're doing? Don't you see this blade here?
You coward! Why are your hands shaking?
Wait a second! It's a earthquake!
Что, вашу мать, происходит? Куда мы погружаемся? Ебучие пески. То есть, как обычно, все очухались раньше, чем мы. Ох, ёпта.
This day's going just great.
What a new... The sand dune collapsed. I saw an energy field. The village keeper protected us. It glowed green with dendro. Just like you said. In May... The dendro are gone.
Grandpa? Grandpa? Oh no. He's getting confused.
Hey, look around you.
Did there used to be a temple here?
It seems that when the sand dune collapsed, it exposed the symbols on the gate belong to the Scarlet King's civilization. This structure must be ancient. Over time, the sandstorms completely buried. It could have been an underground palace in the distant past.
Oh, a miracle. Praise the Scarlet King!
What's he doing here? And his men too?
They must have fallen down here with us. Pretty lucky. Most of them seem in really bad shape, except for him.
Mind your head.
No, this isn't the time for conflict. Our exalted lord has shown us the way.
He's not actually gonna...
As it happens, I want to take a look and...
What are you doing?
Don't you think it's curious? 1 minute, Lesser Lord Kusanali's power protects us from harm, and the two major deities are vying to showcase their power to us. It would be a
Paimon thought you weren't interested in gods.
Indeed. In my view, gods are just a higher form of living being. New discoveries are always worth investigating. Whether they have anything to do with gods is neither here.
Raman, what are you gonna do about your men?
I'll just let them lay here. The Scarlet King will take care...
Ну нет. Ну то есть это сейчас вход будет. Интересно как. Интересно, это будет у нас данж или... Да, это данж. Без возможных наград. Все как мы любим. И, в принципе, уровень у нас достаточный. Поехали.
It's full of life here. This defies comprehension. It looked completely desolate from the...
Yeah, and there's so many plants. It's so pretty.
Sir Raman.
Huh?
Do you...
Are you mocking me?
Interpret it however you want. But there's something I'd like to draw your attention to. While this structure is clearly left over from the Scarlet King civilization...
Whatever you say. It's not like I have a
There's nothing to be angry about. Think of this as an academic journey.
It does seem kind of strange. If that's true, then we might have to explore this...
Так, ну, полагаю, оттуда мы приперлись. И идти нам дальше. В рот мне ноги. Угу. Посмотри на зал как смертный и послушай священное наставление царя Дашрета. У меня есть некоторые вопросы. Я думал, нужно выстроить фигуру, типа левый, центральный, правый. Погодите-ка, а у нас же там проход был, нет? О, привет. А ты чё тут засел? Эй.
Next on the agenda.
Заныкался он такой за углом. Ну-ка на землю. Он не засел, ты его сам туда закинул. Он мог вернуться на поле боя и сражаться как воин. Но он сидел с кувалдой за углом. Но начинается. Ты чё, сволота? У тебя что, ноги лишние? И этот еще... Ты второй заряд откуда достал? Ну-ка на землю. Бомбардировщик хренов. Справа ничего нет. Почему в этом храме тебя одолевают грибы? Потому что это единственная форма жизни, которая может прижиться где угодно. Не-не-не-не, погоди. Сундуки от меня прятать вздумали. Мерзавцы, подлецы, негодяи. Еще и яблоко с редькой заныкали. О! Блять, опять грибы. Да что такое-то, а? И вообще это не грибы, это плесенники. Поэтому ничего удивительного, что в затхлом темном подземелье есть мох и плесень. Мне кажется, плесень не гриб. Не всегда. О, смотри, еще сундук. Спрятать опять от меня не хотели. Да, ну... А, да, пошла жара. Нифига себе он. Что тут? После 6 дней, проведенных в храме, я наконец-то понял все уловки жрецов. Подъемник опустится на землю. Поднимитесь на его крышу, когда он снова начнет подниматься, чтобы попасть под купол. Глупости вроде «впереди запретная земля», смертным не пройти, придуманы жрецами, чтобы дурачить нас. Я ставлю здесь этот метод в надежде, что народ царя Дешрета будет иметь возможность свободно взаимодействовать. А, то есть мне нужно... А, ну вот у нас есть кнопка. А, с крыши его нельзя активировать, я понял. То есть мне нужно подняться туда, опустить его, потом опять его на ту же кнопку призвать и уже тогда спрыгивать. Вот так. Опять вы.
Born of ice and frost.
Да вы что делаете-то, ироды? Угу. А, я понял. И опять левая сторона у нас почему-то. Почему всегда левая? И зачем я опять опускаюсь вниз? А, меня в самый низ-то переведет. А, еще даже ниже. Как интересно.
That's a sight to see. The Scarlet King's splendor surrounds us.
There's so much vegetation here. It's different than what I expected.
Sure are a lot of plants for a desert.
That's what I call divine providence of the Scarlet King.
Ух ты, стенки сами строятся. Так, я не хочу в эту клаку. Опять какой-то грёбаный Игдрасиль. О, башка псины сутулый. Разговаривать с нами будет?
Wait, what's that?
A load of flowers. And it looks like there's something among them.
These are Scarlet King rune.
They left something behind. Yes. It's an elegy written in an ancient script.
What does it say?
Here lies our faithful priest Kasala. His wisdom is a miracle among the people, deserving of high praise and admiration.
You can read ancient Scarlet King script?
Of course. Every student needs to master at least 20 languages before they graduate.
He's not serious.
There's still something off about this place. The scent of life. Is it
Is this it?
Analyzing.
There seems to be a hidden message among these skeletal remains. Excellent. There's a device from the Scarlet King's civilization in this gravesite. I'll transmit the information over and project it for everyone to see.
Isn't sharing knowledge against the
Yes. However, you'll understand after watching it.
Civilization is born of knowledge, but so too can knowledge be its demise. A disaster caught us unaware. It was knowledge that did not belong to this world. The Scarlet King brought this forbidden knowledge into our world, and it quickly spread like a plague. People's minds were filled with crazed whispers. Dark gray scales spread across their bodies. Even the land was stripped of its vigor. Only a desperate, deathly silence remained. Were it not for greater Lord Rukkhadevata from the forests, the damage would have been irreversible. She summoned the priests to build temples and infused into them the divine power of life. The disaster was miraculously tempered, and the embers of our civilization were preserved in Aru village. Alas, the miracle could not last. As long as forbidden knowledge continued to exist, it would forever blight this world. In the end, the proud king of the desert, my eternal lord, chose to sacrifice himself. I have spent my whole life since guarding one of these many temples. But now, my duty is coming to an end. As I close my eyes for the final time, the sight of that noble deity will appear in my vision once more. In helping the Scarlet King to eradicate forbidden knowledge, she exhausted her strength, and her form became that of a small child. How strange. Now that I think of her, I no longer have any fear.
То есть малая властительница по факту
Spirit of life will abide with me during my eternal sleep. Children of the desert, cling no longer to past grievances, but hold tight to the memory of this act of benevolence.
What was that?
The priest's memories.
No, impossible.
Greater Lord Rukadevata.
But this doesn't make any sense. The Dendro Archon's followers.
Was that the former Dendro Archon?
You might be distrustful of the Akasha, but there's no reason for you to doubt the Scarlet King's technology. You've just witnessed his priest's last words.
I've never heard about any of this. The surviving followers of the Scarlet King all gathered in Aru village. Our god did not. The Scarlet King's death. The all but total annihilation of our civilization. We saw her as nothing more than a traitor. Who stabbed us in the back in our moment of crisis. Just like us humans.
You were blinded by your prejudice.
If I hadn't seen this for myself, if I hadn't witnessed his last words with my own eyes, ears, and heart, how could I ever begin to accept this? The truth is so far from what I've always known. Am I
Raman, that's enough. Give it a rest. You're starting to make a fool of...
Dia, tell me, my Aramites and I.
Hey, how you doing?
I'll live.
А зачем он носит повязку?
I should probably go. Can't just stay here forever.
What's your next move gonna be?
Зачем?
Going to ask. I feel deeply ashamed of everything I've done. But please, give me some time.
It's not gonna be...
Well, I guess that's for me to deal with.
When would be a good time for us to go?
Tomorrow. I'll convince everyone that we're all... And I'll return every last one of your mad... sorry.
You seem to finally understand that our true enemy...
Yes. The gods never gave...
That must have been rough. But he seems to have figured things out now.
Ramon's no fool. Being the leader of your own faction in the desert is no easy feat. It's too bad he was held back by his belief in the Scarlet King. But now that that's changed, I guess we have a few more people on our...
The outcome, at least, is
We should get going too. Let's head back, have a proper meal, and a nice... Sino, we're leaving!
Stop yelling.
О, сундучок. Сундучок, это хорошо. Можно я еще тут немножко пошарахаюсь? Что, нельзя мне? Ну, залезть дайте. Ладно. Забавно. Или это глаз шпион? Да. И он специально носит повязку, чтобы этот глаз ничего не нашпионил. Что? Зачем? Почему мы один день пёхались сюда пешком, а теперь нам надо идти сюда? За что, игра? Сейчас доползем до убежища и хорош на сегодня все-таки. Потому что, судя по тому, как все развивается и как быстро открывается... Да ты задрал! Отвяжись! Судя по тому, как быстро все развивается и как быстро открывается локация, у меня есть подозрение, что финал главы — это же будет и финал всей доступной ныне сюжетки. Так, а вот этих вот ребят, извините, я буду убивать. Ну, просто потому что 3 мяса на дороге не валяются. Ну, точнее, валяются. И поэтому их надо подобрать. Так. Вот тут вот точку телепорта активировать. Она где-то ниже. Вон он. Под вот этим живописным деревом. И, в принципе, можно двигаться дальше. Вон у нас статуя Архонта. Я, если честно, даже не знаю, как до нее добираться. И стоит ли до нее добираться. В данной ситуации там. Да, ребят, мы свои, угомонитесь. Давайте все вместе побьем скорпионов, там, я не знаю. Повспоминаем былое. Я тоже думаю, что меня туда по квесту приведут.
Raman,
Everything's been arranged. Someone will bring the village keepers back to...
I guess all I can say...
don't mention it. I think we can both agree but we share a common cause now.
Where are the perpetrators?
I'll bring you to them.
So these are the people who kidnapped the village keepers.
Oh no, it's the scribe!
There's no need to yell.
We've been all over the desert trying to find you!
That's right.
General Mahamatra? No, no. Make it quick. Swift and painless.
Нет, он будет вас за жопу кусать.
Whoa. The moment they set eyes on Sino, they turned pale like they've seen a...
You should have known that I would be coming.
Wait, we were just following orders. You know what I'm talking about, right? There's
No, not Sino. He's gonna tear us limb from limb.
I could do worse.
Please have mercy.
Start talking. Otherwise...
So, your superiors have kept you quite busy recently.
They, wanted to extract canned knowledge.
Don't play dumb. You know they extract divine canned knowledge.
I really don't know how to...
Well, you better start talking or you'll be...
You don't want to make things any more difficult for yourself, do ya?
Be my guest.
Uh-huh. That sure didn't sound like a fancy...
How did you know?
There's no use hiding it now. Yes, you're right. The Academia is working on an important and potentially world-changing project. They are creating a new god. A god that will belong to them and to the people of Sumeru. It may seem as if Sumeru's academics are thriving, but ever since the death of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, scholarly breakthroughs have been few and far between. The withering of Irminsul has been getting worse recently. The sages have tried everything they could think of, but nothing's worked. I'm always hearing them say things like...
Continue.
And then, someone from the Fatui showed up. They called him the Doctor. He brought a gnosis. and said he wanted to borrow the Academia's research facilities. The doctor was previously expelled from the Academia. At first, the sages looked down at him in disdain. But when he asked them, "Do you wish to create a god?"
This is what the arrogant ignorance at the extreme end of academia.
First, the Academia spent a long time constructing a divine vessel, which was based on an exquisite humanoid puppet. After that, they harvested dreams via the Zebzerus Festival Samsara, maximizing the Akasha's output. With the doctor's help, and the Akasha now functioning at maximum efficiency, they were able to use it to extract the power from the Gnosis. And next, they decided that their new god needed to possess divine wisdom. For that to happen, they need...
It adds up.
But how do you determine whether the knowledge extracted is of divine origin?
Call it an educated guess? The Academia has been trying to figure out the exact source of the scholar's madness for centuries, but to no avail. Nobody can explain the cause of this phenomenon. Surely you can see what that implies, Scribe Alhaitham. If it's knowledge no mortal can comprehend, then it must be something only gods are able to decipher. In other words, it's the source of the God of Wisdom's
You must have noticed by now. The Academia doesn't care about who their god is. It's the ability to exercise control over knowledge and wisdom that matters.
А типа, если нет знания, сходит с ума, то нам подходит такая логика. Да,
It is as if
совершенно
they're
верно.
cursed with a desire for omniscience and omnipotence that burns in their blood. Some organisms demonstrate phototaxis, and thus orient their entire lives in respect to sources of light. For the sages, their only source of hope is the existence of a deity who embodies the acme of wisdom.
То есть, понимаешь, это выглядит сейчас примерно так. Кучка технарей-недоучек собрала полную аудиторию гуманитариев и каждому дала учебник по ядерной физике. Гуманитарии сказали: нет, блядь, не понимаем, сошли с ума. Технари-недоучки такие: о, божественное знание. Вот как-то так это работает.
This is but a form of phototaxis. For many scholars, the absence of a god of wisdom means stumbling in the darkness for the...
Then what does Lesser Lord Kusanali mean to you? Is she not a true god present in this world? If you are...
From the beginning, the Academia has never treated her as a god.
Но она и есть ваша властительница, руку, ногу, жопу, хвост, голова, как ее там зовут.
Discovered Lesser Lord Kusanali, the newborn god of wisdom. The sages hoped that she would be as wise as Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. But upon evaluation, they found that at the time she possessed no more intelligence than any ordinary human child. The sages never had a ruder awakening. This not to mention that Lesser Lord Kusanali's gnosis had been used to power the Akasha this entire time. Slowly but surely, people...
So... This...
All right, let's try to keep our cool. If everyone's in a bad mood, Raman, give me a few men to help us escort the village keepers back to the village. And these two scholars...
Sure.
Да, вы... Ну, в принципе, у нас тут есть телепорт, в случае чего телепортнемся. Я пытаюсь найти хоть какое-то логическое завершение данного квеста, что какую-то вот точку, с которой можно будет сделать остановку, и не могу.
The village keepers you found have all been returned to their homes, and each one has a dedicated caregiver to look after them.
The atmosphere is so... Hey! Say something! Stop spacing out!
Come on, is there nothing left to talk about? In that case, let's all get some...
Or I can go fetch some snacks.
Логического завершения не будет, потому что это не конец истории. Да, это последняя доступная глава на данный момент, но это не значит, что она достаточно... Нет, я имею в виду какую-то точку, с которой я могу закончить стрим, чтобы продолжить его завтра.
Do you have any plans, traveler?
Я подозреваю, что вот это вот уже финал главы будет
Love,
сейчас.
you're not talking about work, are you?
So you were still withholding some information?
Кандаки и Паймон поспешили за закусками и чаем.
Even though we lived through all of this firsthand, it still feels super surreal to hear you talk about it again.
What a whirlwind of a story. I felt like I was.
It seems like there will be more issues to face in the days ahead than I'd anticipated.
Still, now's a good time to make our next move. Now that Ramon's joined us, we'll be an even stronger team.
It's time to make a plan.
Вот по-хорошему бы еще вот этого Рахмана надо было сюда притащить, чтобы он это тоже слышал.
These events are a flagrant transgression of the rules in every sense.
So, everyone.
Crush the sages and rescue our god. That.
Well, let's brainstorm a little more.
The next time we gather here, we must have a solid plan.
Yep, it'll work out.
Но что я могу сказать? Кажется, это все. Все-таки это все. У нас, правда, есть тут еще вот этот вот промежуточный, но это разлом, и я полагаю... А, тут еще и Небесный Бык, надо Бренный мир закрывать. Это что-то связанное... Подожди, а где это? Небесный Бык, глава 1. Бренный мир, глава 2. Подожди, задание легенд. А, ну вот, Бренный мир, глава 2, это про Сёгуна. Завершите задание Мечты воинов, подобные весенней траве спящий дракон. Вот Бренный мир 1. А где Мечты воинов? А, спящий дракон, вот. Сангами и Кокуми. То есть теперь наш путь лежит в задании легенд. То есть теперь у нас задания легенд будут идти. А проходить тут рот ему ноги. Я вам скажу. В общем, дорогие друзья, на этом мы, наверное, остановимся. Заданий легенд у нас много, но они, насколько я помню, будут все-таки покороче, чем сюжетные, потому что, ну, мы проходили уже задание легенды этой. А я-то? Задание легенды было? Где оно? А, нет, это вообще какой-то трэш. Я не хочу это смотреть. Завершено. И вот задание легенды. Да, вот. И Юэмию мы проходили, и Аяту. Они короткие. То есть, ну, я думаю, в один стрим мы с этим всем уложимся. А дальнейшие у нас будут задания мира. Их у нас до хрена, потому что у нас есть целая Сумеру с ее Аранару, Арафалами, Арапасами, Арасаками, и вот со всеми ними. У нас будет еще много всего. И что я хочу сделать в завершении стрима, это, наверное, все-таки крутнуть. У меня вот тут вот скопилось 8 молитв. Сейчас я хочу посмотреть, есть у меня тут что или нету. Нет, тут мне нечего забирать. Прокачивать мне тоже нечего, поэтому проще будет купить. Сейчас докупим 2 крутилочки с вами. Еще вопросик чекни, который возле карты. А, вот тут? А, ну мне тут дали еще. Дали вот эту хрень. Приветствую, лисенка. Так, погнали. Сейчас посмотрим, что мне выпадет отсюда. Ну, классно. Меч флейта. Всегда мечтал. Всегда мечтал о таком прекрасном. Вопросик возле карты. Что? Ты что ты такое несешь-то? Какой вопрос? Все, вот это. В общем, дорогие друзья, на этом я предлагаю остановиться. Сюжет мы закончили. Это какая-то фантастика и космос. На этом я предлагаю с вами расстаться. Всем, кто присутствовал, огромнейшее спасибо. Всем удачи. Всем